YouTube, you're free. You didn't even crash this time. Amazing. I love it. We have YouTubed. Today has YouTubed. Good morning, Sindri. How are you? Hello, Foolish Sasquatch. Hello, Royal Icing. How are we today? Res Ion Icewind. Good to see you, bud. I started streaming before you left for work. I know. What a treat. We have some Albion to do today. I wanted to show off the game, talk a little about the end game, talk about some of the stuff they've made changes to recently, and then kind of start hitting kind of our goal to get kind of 5 or 6 hours of this done today so that we can clear off our sponsorship and be free for things like Windrose and other games that I know you guys are excited for. You are streak 44 out of 45. That's amazing. I know that I think Balthazar hit a 90 stream streak. Eileen, 90 stream streak. Chorus, 85. To Old Man Tony, 90 stream streak. You guys are incredible. Maury Hunter as well with the 6 months resub at tier 1. Thank you so much, Maury Hunter, for being here, buddy. Thank you for the support, for the love, and for everything, really. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Do I have my robes or lightsaber ready for the temple meeting? That's a surprise for later. You decide to reset, sadly, not a problem at all. I do understand when the streaks decide to reset. It's not on you guys. I just thank you for being here and choosing to share them. You guys are the awesome ones that mean that we can keep this going. I'm glad that you're streak pros. Your pro streak. I don't think either of those is the right thing, Chorus. I'm going to be really honest. I found the eyeliner pen from when I did my nose from the dog. So I'm going to put that on one side. Otherwise, chat will try and get me to, I don't know, eyeliner pencil myself, which is not something that I feel ready to do today. We are currently during the Albion downtime. It doesn't last very long. It's probably about the 10-15 minutes. I have a video for you guys talking about something that's kind of cool that I really like about Albion. It's about 7 minutes long. About something called the Armory and some other things they've introduced recently. So for those of you who haven't played Albion before, or Social Sandbox as a whole, half of the issues of a Social Sandbox game are the fact that once you get to the end game, it's very, very difficult to know what to do with your time. It's very difficult to manage that time effectively so that you can feel like you're making good progress in the game. And that decision paralysis can be a lot of what causes people to step away from a game. If you don't know what it is that you're meant to be doing, or there's not any one thing that, you know, like kind of will push your character forward and you know it will push your character forward, it's very easy to get lost in the game and like not feel like what you're doing is making an impact. And that in turn takes a lot of the impetus out, but some of the drive that you might want to push your character forward. And so the Armory, which is a system they've included to show you what builds look like and what like an end game build can do and how it works, is really helpful for letting people know how they can push their character forward without having to think too hard about like kind of what the relative worth or cost is if they do this and they can't do that. There's a huge amount of trade-off. I mean, how many of you have played a Social Sandbox before where you have felt lost inside of the game? Also, thank you, Old Man Tony, Pan Miyagi, and others for going over to Kick and hanging out there as well while we're here. I really do appreciate the multi-location support on that. Like in EVE Online, yeah, exactly. EVE Online's a really good example of how easy it is just to have complete decision paralysis on how much there is to do inside of the game. Like in EVE, yep. You, Sophie, yeah, I can understand that as well. Yourself, Sedain, yep. It's definitely been a thing for a lot of people across the years. And the nice thing about this Elite Dangerous count, any game where you have that sandbox experience, where you have the freedom to do what you want inside of a game. Final Fantasy 14 is a great example. Elite Dangerous, even things like you know, Star Citizen, early access kind of games. Fallout 76 by itself is an example. You can do an awful lot in there. Knowing what's worth doing is actually half the challenge. Thank you for the streaks a day. 90 streams, absolutely mad. We are just downloading the Albion patch. So the nice thing about the Armory, I could just show you guys the video. That would be easier. This was a month ago. They introduced a bunch of kind of new changes to walk through the performance improvements, the mount changes, and other features that came in the middle of April. So it's a 7-minute long video that I'm going to show you guys during the downtime. Let me just grab this, put it into Chrome. Oh, so that I can show you guys. All right, just blitz my own ears. Let's do that. If I do window capture, Chrome. Properties. Why do you not exist? Fine, we'll do it. We'll do it in this window instead. Albion. Right, let's make sure that's not... quite loud, but not too loud. Okay. This, chat, is the Albion Online video from early this month where they talk about kind of the changes to the game recently. We're going to quickly watch this because it's very Albion related during the downtime to understand what changes they've been making in recent months and years.
Welcome back to another Albion Online Dev Talk. In our last Dev Talk, we introduced the Radiant Wilds update and took a deep dive into the visual overhaul of Albion's open world.
Hello,
Today,
Morris M. Saber.
We're shifting the focus to the other major features.
The Radiant Wilds is what we've been playing. That what they just showed you, that armory is what I'm most excited about. So we'll pause this with things I want to talk about because this is actually a really great thing to do to help people play a social sandbox game like this.
Knowing that our capacities were limited, we were quite deliberate about which additional features we included.
Nearly there, Stunzia. Nearly there. 89 out of 90.
On a set of changes tackling several long-standing requests.
See, this is what I mean. They're listening to the long-standing requests of people, and they want to address them. So what they're showing currently on the screen is the armory. This basically gives you a bit of a activity guide to what it is that you want to do, what the options there are, how they fit together. So you can see here, you've got your kind of PV. Can I make this larger? I can make this larger. Oh boy. Oh boy, we can make this better. Do this. Nice. So they've got like tags on this. You can't see my mouse.
Some of the biggest issues.
But each of these, for example, under the mist, you can see that it's a PvE activity with gathering, PvP, it's instance, and it's small group. Why are we in 720p? Why? Why are we in 720p? YouTube, please. Why? Why? Fixed. Hello, Morris M. Saber. How are you all doing? Good morning to all of you. Good morning, G. It's always a pleasure to see you. How are you doing? You're going to try this game again? It's absolute to say bandwidth. That's their problem, not mine, Spook. How dare they? Yeah, so we're kind of in the position where we're currently in downtime, but this is actually, really helpful. As a feature, I wish that Eve had this.
For new players arriving in Albion. But before we dive into the new gameplay features, let's take a closer look at the work we've done to improve.
Yeah, so knowing that they are constantly working on server and game performance is really, really good. It's an area of focus for every computer these days because, machines are now expensive to make. If you want to get a really powerful machine, it can be really expensive. The performance is absolutely vital for any game in this day and age because people have less powerful machines they can't afford to upgrade. That's completely fair.
And frame drops during ZVZ battles have guided our efforts for this update and beyond. We know that performance is critical in a competitive, action-oriented game like Albion Online.
Same as World of Warcraft, same as, a bunch of the other MMOs that we might have played that contain PvP. Your ability to respond to the enemy in real time makes a fundamental difference. Zerg v Zerg, exactly, yeah. Zerg v Zerg.
It takes
large group combats. You're talking about like fleet fights in Eve, large PvP, in other kind of fantasy games. Yeah, Zerg versus Zerg, I guess.
With Radiant Wilds, a major set of improvements.
Warframe has Dimitri. His got to make the game run on the very shitty stuff. The older the better. Happy Albion has to exactly. A smooth gameplay experience is absolutely critical.
One of the main goals of this work is to reduce stutters.
Wait, Ruchi, I'm sorry that that's happened to you. You've got Kick or YouTube as an option. I can see both of them, so I'm glad you've at least been able to switch over to YouTube.
More tasks to run concurrently, which frees up the core system to run smoothly.
Okay, this is great. So focusing on task concurrency means that more of your CPU and other kind of processing parts of your computer can do those tasks at the same time, freeing up the core system, as it says, to run smoothly. This will stop a lot of those stutters. It will help with some of those issues. The RAM crisis is caused by what? It's caused by a lack of use, EWEs, use. That's why there's too many RAMs, and the RAMs are they're getting rambunctious. That's where the word rambunctious comes from. It comes from RAMs. Just in case you didn't know that, that's free information for you. Thank you all very much. Those of you who are over on Kick as well, you guys are awesome. Hello, was it Sally over there, Balthazar? Thank you all very much for hanging. It's awesome. 42 viewers over there is huge. So hello to everyone over on Kick. Hope you're doing good.
We changed how some environmental object
structures and visual effects load is great.
This work background. This reduces the sudden freezes that can interrupt your gameplay.
I had heard that Albion had a problem with sudden freezes, but I'm glad that was fixed before we started. Absolutely amazing. I think it does, yes, Ruchi, yeah.
Additionally,
we do Kick now, because Kick actually, you know, Kick actually like pays you as a streamer for streaming. It's not a huge amount, but it pays the electricity bill for each stream, which is quite nice because it's not small.
These improvements show a significant improvement in performance.
We love performance improvements for any game.
Heavy combat situations like ZVZ fights. Alongside client performance, we are coordinating closely with our hosting partners to optimize connection stability for players across the Americas,
huge.
Europe, and Asia.
That's actually really interesting because it tells you that they have networked partners that they hello over on Kick G, how are you doing? So this tells us that they work with partners to not only improve their server uptimes, but they also are working with them to improve the connection to those partners, which is again absolutely huge. That's what you want to see a game company doing.
Is never entirely in our hands. We're working with our partners and keeping our efforts heavily focused on this area.
Perfect. That's the kind of thing we do with Nitrado. When I'm running the June servers, I talk to them about, you know, optimizing what we're doing, make sure everyone has the best possible experience.
We're also adding new user interface indicators.
Oh, there you go, Spook, all
better
fixed.
Visibility into your network connection status. This will
very nice.
Easily monitor connection health.
I have noticed that, so that's kind of a good thing to know.
Efforts. I want you to know that these improvements are only the first step. Our teams will continue working on optimizations beyond Radiant Wilds. Some post-update projects I'm excited to announce are a Unity 6 upgrade, which gives us more tools.
Okay, Unity 6 upgrade is amazing.
To the in-world UI system, which has shown the potential to significantly increase client performance in ZVZs.
So in those of you who haven't played games like Eve or this before, what you end up encountering is, imagine you've got 1,000 people who want to fight, but only 600 people can squeeze onto the server that they're fighting on. That's normally because above that 600 people, the performance starts to fall off, and you start finding that the other people who are, you know, that getting extra 100 people in might actually mean that you're doing less damage or less able to focus on your goals because you've got less connectivity and less stability. So in every game, like Eve is the one I will always use as an example because it's where I was the one kind of organizing these things and considering these things, was because if you brought in an extra 100 people into a system that wasn't reinforced as a node, yes, that might mean that you can, you know, do more. You might win the fight in that one system. But it might mean that outside of that system, if you're doing, for example, solve battles, the time dilation that you cause means that you actually lose the overall objective. So the performance of a server at any given time in a large PvP environment can actually very much inform the tactics you bring. Because think of it as a maximum troop count in a real world fight. The side that can bring more troops may win, but also how you respond to those troops and how quickly you can adapt to those troops as the opposing side also makes a difference. So more people means that it becomes more about the tactics, and more stability means it becomes more about people playing together and fighting against each other than it does about, oh, who can just bring in the most numbers. Numbers matter, sure, but like when you can actually bring in other people, so you can say, hang on, I'm about to get attacked by Group B. Group C, you are also, you know, at war with them, and we've got half of their numbers. Together, we outnumber them. It gives you this kind of scaling option to bring extra people in to join you on your fights, where you don't have that headroom anymore if you've got a kind of a less stable server. So I don't like my view there, Alpha, is that if you want to nuke or bring down the server, that's not valid PvP. PvP is player versus player, not player versus infrastructure. So I've never liked the idea of taking down a server node or kind of taking a server out through number of people in order to win a fight. Player versus infrastructure I've never found fun, but it's something that was really, really common in EVE Online. So I can see why you would put that forward, but it's something that I personally think is, while very, very true and very relevant, it is also somewhat contrary to the way that these games say that they're meant to be played and kind of the focus of what you want to be doing in them. I think to me, winning via player versus infrastructure would cheapen that win significantly. And that's why I like the hardening the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is no longer the weak point there. It comes down to tactics, numbers, actual skill, that kind of thing, which all matters more. Hello, LCF. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. We will continue with this. I'm really wanting to get to the armory section. The armory section is the bit that I'm really excited for, because it lets you really dedicate what your character does long term. Just huge.
let's move on to some of the new gameplay features.
Yeah, show us the new gameplay
Radiant
features.
Wilds.
Give us the armory.
And we'll start with one of the biggest new systems arriving in this update.
Armory.
The
Armory.
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 One of the challenges many players face in Albion
I've been a bit
is finding
cooped up
an
for the last couple of
effective
days,
and
as you can probably
enjoyable set
tell.
of equipment. While experimenting with builds can be a part of the fun, it can also become a hurdle that keeps players from actually playing the game and enjoying the content.
100%. Knowing what gear is good and what works for you and what feels good is very, very different to it actually, like, kind of playing through the game, learning as you go, you know, all of those things. I think that ultimately one has to recognize that giving players information in a game which is as deep and as detailed as Albion means that actually you end up with situations where, players can be really, really overwhelmed by a large influx of information, and it's not necessarily given to them at a speed of that they want or can deal with it. It comes to them at a speed normally that the game just dumps it on you, or other players dump it on you, and it's very hard to categorize all that information together, sort through it in your head, and actually kind of keep focus on what it is that you are wanting to do. It's very easy to get sidetracked and waylaid in these games because of the sandbox nature. Thalia, thank you very much for the gift sub over on Kick. That is the first subscription I think that we've ever had on Kick. You are the first subscriber, or the first gift subscriber. So thank you very much, Thalia. You are a legend. Thank you for gifting us up to the chorus. Continue. Let's see if we see it.
Builds
online. They can be outdated. I've seen so many outdated builds online. So many outdated builds.
This extension to the loadout system helps players discover effective equipment builds based on how people actually play the game, analyzing real gameplay data to identify combinations that perform well in specific activities. When you open the armory, you first choose the activity.
Good morning, Lukewarm.
For example, open world solo play, group content, or different PvP modes. The system then shows.
I'll show you this inside of the game once we get there.
Consistently performed well in that type of content.
This is what I mean. So the game itself, the devs are saying, hey, people who are taking part in X type of activity often use Y builds that relate to your skills. This is huge because this is no longer about humans choosing to pass on the information to each other, saying, actually, I've got this really cool build, here it is. And they change it slightly, or they lie about it, or they're going to give it to you in a little bit of a mismatched way to throw off the enemy. This means that new players don't have to deal with information warfare. The game is telling them what basic gear they need to do to slot into just tier 4 or tier 5 kind of dungeons, etc. You know, open world large, you can see here you've got tier 4 gear listed. That tier 4 gear is not particularly expensive. I think the overall cost of that build is probably going to be about 70,000 silver, which you could get quite early on in the game from just gathering around. It's really simple, low risk. And if you really want to, you can just throw yourself into PvP over and over again with half of these tier 4 stuff and replace them reasonably easily, as long as you're not dying immediately or you are retaining some value from them. So I think that long term, this will allow new players to like kind of target a little bit better where it is that they spend their time in the game. And this means that you're no longer having to go and ask somebody, or you're no longer forced to join a big guild where they'll keep the information kind of safe or separate. You can really focus down on what it is that you want to be doing. And you say, I want to do open world today. Throw together a gear set that works, abilities that you know works. And you can also see the metrics for how good it is. You can see that its popularity, survival, efficiency, output, and lethality are all tracked and charted. So you know where your strengths and weaknesses are comparatively at a glance. As a new player, this is absolutely huge because existing players will know all of this information. New players will not be able to access it as easily or as immediately in their heads without having to do a lot more work. That information capital, the ability to learn and to take actions based on the information, is massively improved, meaning that people will broadly be streamlined to staying in the game and not being so lost. The other advantage is that if you die during an activity, you can go into this and you can look at your build and say, oh, well, actually, my build has very low survivability compared to, say, this Heron Spear build that I can see. And this will let you basically know where the weaknesses in your current build are. This is great. I absolutely love this. Can't even sign up for kick account. Age verification in Australia relies on facial recognition to ID, and facial recognition can't cope with rosacea. Sense on, if you contact their customer support, Kick are actually very helpful as far as I found with the ability to contact somebody who's actually human. Unlike Twitch, where you don't get a human response ever.
Loadout, including weapon, armor, spells, consumables, and several performance metrics. This allows you to quickly understand not just which equipment players are using, but how effective those builds
Here we
are
go.
in
So that's the
practice.
huge part. How
Because the
effective those
system
builds are in
continuously
practice. Yeah, Senzon, your situation there with Rosacea, you obviously can't get facial recognition by virtue of a medical issue. You shouldn't be penalized for that. That's something called indirect discrimination. Raise it with Kick, and they will see what they can do. If you can't get through to them, Senzon, reach out to me, and I will see if I can email their partner support or their CEO, and we will do something like that. Because again, at Kick, they are remarkably responsible compared to Twitch. I'll be really honest with you. If this was a problem for Twitch, I wouldn't be able to give you an answer, Senzon. If this was a problem with Kick, something I can possibly look to do to help. So that to me makes the difference.
Analyzes gameplay data, it also adapts automatically over time and reacts to balance changes.
This
or
is
shifts
huge.
in the meta.
This will
Our goal with
automatically
Recovery is to
switch
make
to
it much easier for
automatically adapt to the
players
meta shift, so you
discover
won't
builds,
have the same outdated
experiment with
information
different
anymore.
setups, and learn what works best for the activities they enjoy. Once you found a build you like in the armory, the next step is putting it to the test. And one place to do that is the arena. With Radiant Wilds, we're introducing
Well, doesn't care.
two
You need
big
face for
changes
everything.
here.
Australia,
A new
unfortunately,
Crucible
is still
arena
bound by
and
the
a
same kind of
brand new
laws
1v1 arena game
that
mode.
they've imposed. Australia
First
has
up
equality
is the
laws.
Crystal Arena.
If their facial service
After
provider
playing the same map
doesn't
for a
work
long
for you,
time,
they
we
should be
felt it was
providing
time
an
for a
alternate way
refresh.
to verify.
This update brings a completely new map with different choke points and additional flanking paths.
Your device, you can't use it to do center
queue for the
devices. Some
Crucible
can't
arena,
cope with
which should
redness. That's
help
really
bring more
interesting.
players
They must have a
into the
way to
match
verify your
and
identity without
improve
it.
queue times and
There has to be a manual way for doing it.
The second addition is the 1v1 arena. This mode gives
It might just be a bit of a
players
pain,
quick access to
but
structured
yeah, you shouldn't be
one-on-one
forced to
combat
not be able to
with
use
builds and
internet
mechanics
services
are
by
the
virtue of a
deciding
medical
factors.
condition. That's wrong.
The mode is fully ranked with its own separate rating.
I've
and
not tried the
leaderboard.
1v1 arena, but I
This
know that
means
people in our
players
guild
can
have,
progress
because I've
through
seen the
1v1
numbers ticking
ranks
up.
independently of the existing 5v5 arena ranks and earn rank up rewards from both game modes. Matches are played in a best-of-3 format, and if a fight takes too long, an overtime mechanic will gradually shrink the arena to force a conclusion.
Okay, so
At
it
launch,
reduces
the 1v1 arena
maneuverability
will
over
be
time.
introduced as a limited time game mode, running for the
Okay.
length of a guild season. This allows us to gather feedback and see how it fits into Albion's
I know that my
PvP
build is not
ecosystem
PvP
before
focused. It's
deciding
very
what
much
we
a
want to run in the
survivability and
future.
PvE build. It's just about
Another area we're
surviving
addressing
DPS
in
for a
Radiant
while.
Wilds is battle mount gameplay in
Battle
large
mounts are
scale
not something I've seen a lot of as well, but I know that
Battle
mounts
are
can
meant to
have
be
battle
powerful,
abilities.
exciting tools that can
Yeah, here we
turn
go.
the tide of a battle. But over time, the meta around them has shifted to the point where bringing as many battle mounts as possible often felt required, which many
Well, I mean, that
players
makes
told us
sense.
wasn't particularly fun to play with or against. With this update, we're introducing a new battle mount disarray system. Each battle mount now contributes a certain amount of shared
Very
limit
cool. So
for
this
your
is a bit of a
alliance in
power
custom.
limiter to prevent
If that
kind of the
limit is
largest
exceeded,
guilds from just
any
winning because they've got the
additional
most battle mounts.
will add to your alliance's disarray penalties. The goal here is not to remove battle mounts from fights, but to encourage more deliberate use.
Yeah,
of
so you
them
want to be
bring more
targeting the
variety
battle mounts
back
you're
into
using
large-scale
rather than
fights.
just throwing as many of them
At the
as
same time,
possible at the
the
enemy. That makes,
system
again,
gives
makes
us a much
complete
more
sense to me.
flexible way to balance battle mounts in the future, allowing us to respond to player feedback and adjust the numbers more quickly when needed.
Hello,
Another change
hello,
introduced
Marcellus.
in the
How are
Radiant
we
Wilds
doing, buddy?
is
Good to see
party
you.
leaf protection. In the past, grouping with strangers in the open world could sometimes be risky because players could leave the party and immediately attack their former teammates.
Yep. Okay.
With this update, when a player leaves or is removed from a party, guild, or any other form of allied state, there will now be a short protection period during which neither side can attack the other.
Good. Okay. It
Our
prevents
goal here
group
is simple.
group
We want it
ganking.
to feel safer to team up with other players, even if you don't know them yet.
Makes perfect sense to me. It's
Alongside these larger features we talked about today,
very important.
Radiant Wilds also includes a few smaller improvements worth mentioning. First, we've given the Destiny board a small overhaul to make it feel less overwhelming for newer players and easier to read at a glance.
Yep.
Second, the loot interface has been improved. The window is now slightly larger so you can see more items immediately, and we've added a new loot all option.
Wow, 700. Oh, wait, there wasn't a loot all button before? That seems like an oversight. I feel like a loot all button is very important.
You explore these new features and hearing your feedback once the update goes live on April 13th. Until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in Albion.
These kind of dev interviews, dev game talks are really important for games so that you as a player know the focus of the dev team and know roughly where you sit and where, you know, various things are going on in the game. Because at the end of the day, like, there was a take all, at least when you, since I started, yeah, so this update went live on April the 13th. We started playing on April the 17th. So we started playing kind of specifically as part of this update. And as a new player, I think some of the changes they've listed there have been really, really important. Now, actually, I've relied on them without even really knowing about it. So I've looked through the armory before, and I've looked through various bits of the game before and seen things, you know, that they've listed there that are have only been in the game for like a week or so when we started. Not only that, but the Xbox launch of the game was also only a couple of weeks ago. So I'll be real, like, they are, for a 10-year-old game to be still focusing as much as they are and still doing as much work as they are on things. Great. I'll be honest with you, absolutely amazing. They've obviously listened to their players. They've obviously heard where the pain points are for their players, and they've tried to eliminate those, speed them up, make them a little bit more adaptable. They basically just tried to kind of make it easier for players to start and to keep playing the game, which is all you really want. Those of you who have played EVE, who have played other games, like, the complexity and the struggles and the challenges and the lack of support are some of the main reasons why people fall away from the game. And I think the fact that, you know, we see so many people who have like, oh, I've tried EVE, I couldn't understand it long term, or I couldn't really enjoy it, you know, long term. I would say that this is the kind of thing that helps with providing that information to new players so they don't panic. Because, like, I'll be real with you, like, it's very easy as a new player to be like, oh, what do I do? See if I can log in to the American servers now. Hello, hello. I'm assuming you were saying hello rather than USian servers. Yep, we are waiting for the American servers to come back online. Europe servers are on. You can have characters on multiple servers. I mean, we could just... You can switch servers very easily, which is quite nice. You can't carry a character off. Just saying hello in a different way, exactly, yeah. Rather than talking specifically about LOLO, which is a very specific cultural reference. No, I don't want my screens to go into screen optimization, Samsung. Fuck off. I'm definitely calm about Samsung. Definitely not. Definitely don't have a problem with Samsung at all. What else have we got? Now on Xbox, so they launched onto Xbox 12 days ago. That's very huge. You're curious now? Ah, well, I wish you luck with that curiosity. Hello, Governor. Hello, Alpha. Hi, Luther. How are you doing, buddy, over on YouTube? It's good to see you, dude. Catch you later, Rucci. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you. Officer, is that you? Exactly. Exactly. Good morning to you too, Morianta. Good morning. Hello, Mochara. Good morning to you too. Day is slow, but I think that's pretty normal for a Monday. I think Mondays are often one of the slowest days of the week. Ooh, look, we respond to your dev comments. They do a bunch of these. Let's bring that out to a separate window. And then if I grab this window again. What are you doing? What is this? This one. This is not one with. This is where devs are literally reading through the comments for the Albion players and then answering various queries. This is the kind of thing that I want to see more from devs, like actually speaking to the keeper. This is only 2 months ago as well.
Yes, you'll get more.
You'll see here, this is 2 months ago. So very recently, they've gone through the roadmaps, the questions, and actually answered their players. They're actually being accountable to their player base. This is huge.
We know it's one thing.
Not
to
everyone
talk
does
about
this.
it and another thing to actually see it in action. So don't worry. This isn't a that's all you'll get situation. There's more coming as we ramp up toward release. Here's a two-parter. Will the visual update include the player character, mounts, items, or only the environment? And second, when will we get new mounts or mount lines? All right, let's break that down. First, what's actually getting the visual update? Right now, the big focus is on the open world. That's where you'll see the most significant improvements with this visual remaster.
Into
Of course,
world.
we'd also love to upgrade player characters, mounts, items, all of that. And we want to do that. We will tackle that. But doing everything at once would be a massive project and it would tie up a huge amount of our art and tech resources. And we don't want to stop doing regular content updates just to push out one giant visual overhaul. So the approach we've chosen is to improve things step by step.
Okay, step-by-step improvement sounds pretty good. Pretty important. Enemy strongholds, static open world dungeons, so 50% fame, bonus to leather shoes and frost staff. We could go some static open world dungeons. Or static open world dungeons rather than the...
Identity, and adding new ones and expanding mount lines is definitely on the table. I can't give you any specific this is when
Hello,
right now,
Worst Weasel, how are you doing? That's a good thing for junior devs as well. They then better understand something. That's actually really interesting. I never even thought about it that way, Alpha, but actually, yeah, that is true. The junior devs there can actually get involved. The community team streams multiple times a week. Interviews, war reports is pretty insane level of community engagement. I mean, but it's a social sandbox, so when you think about it, like, it's completely critical to the future of the game long term. To engage with your player base, to make them feel like you are engaged and that you do care. It's very, very important, and I'm glad they do.
So no structural changes, but they will definitely look better.
Let's just go yeet ourselves into the road to Avalon.
Anything else? No, it's definitely not just a visual overhaul. The visual remaster is a big part of the spring update, yeah.
Visual remaster makes sense. That's always an important thing. How are you doing, Worst Weasel, buddy? It is good to see you, my man.
For example, we're adding a new map for the 5v5 Crystal Arena and introducing a new 1v1 arena game mode, which I know a lot of players have been asking for. On top of that, we're adding the
I feel like people log back in immediately after downtime to harvest the tier 6 nodes. I feel like that must be a thing.
Much smoother. And we're also making some targeted changes to the
But in the meantime, look at all this iron that we can harvest. I love iron. We all love iron. Me and all my homies love iron.
So,
thank you very much, Sindri. I appreciate the lurk.
There's also some gameplay improvements in there as well. Give us a PS5 launch. Why are you skipping PS5? To be clear,
Do this. Okay. They're not skipping PlayStation 5.
We want Albion Online to be on PS5. From the very beginning, the vision for Albion has been a true cross-platform MMO.
For the iron, we love for the iron. Okay, shit. So they want to do full cross-platform.
PlayStation.
They've got Xbox launch. That's only got 2 out of 6.
It's not a question of if we want to do it. We do. It's something we're actively interested in and working towards.
You challenge yourself on not redeeming it. You got 256 redeems. That's wild. I hit 100. Was like, that's enough for me. 256 is a lot, was it?
So we don't want to promise a date and then move it. So yes, PlayStation is very
makes sense.
On the radar,
being worked on. They don't want to promise a date and then move it.
I've never played before, and I'm interested because of the incoming Xbox port. Will there be any catch-up mechanics for Xbox players, or a time period where we will get to play with exclusively console players before being thrust into the hardcore PvP?
Very, very important question. People want to feel a level of freedom.
Short answer, no.
So okay. No catch-up mechanics, no specific support for them.
That's a core part of the game.
Yeah, fine. They want everyone to play together. That makes complete sense. That's a fairness thing they want. They don't want to separate all the groups and give people catch-ups and help certain people out, give them power, acceleration. It's not needed.
Progressing step by step. Also, over the past updates, we've made a lot of changes specifically aimed at improving the new player experience. The early game does a much better job now teaching you
the early game is quite good. I'd say the early game of Albion is actually better than the early game of most social sandbox games that I've played in recent years, particularly.
Without support, you'll have time to learn the ropes and find your place. Can you give us more details regarding the armory systems or loadout in general? The armory is basically a pretty major addition to the loadout system,
which we've obviously been through just now.
Track which builds people are using throughout their play sessions, and it's basically a large database of real actively played builds. The armory then takes that data and presents effective builds in a dedicated new UI screen. So instead of guessing what works,
like I said, I really like the armory. We can actually go look at that now.
There, you can save those builds directly into your personal loadout.
Where is it?
Which makes buying them or re-equipping them
Social.
from chests so much easier. The goal is to make experimenting with builds and getting back into the action faster and more fun.
I don't remember where the armory is
Very
now.
short question. Party Finder, question mark. Yeah, we know the Party Finder needs love. It's been high on our wish list for the last couple of updates, and a couple of times we even looked at
Iron.
fitting it in, but in the end we had to reprioritize features the game needed more urgently. That said, it's still really high on our priority list, especially with cross-platform in mind. It's definitely not forgotten. When are you fixing your netcode so NA players have good ping again? It's been years. Yeah, I've definitely seen those comments.
Okay,
First off,
interesting.
I hear you. Ping issues are frustrating.
Ping issues
especially in
are.
a game where timing really
I've not
matters.
personally
If you feel
had
like
a
your
large
connection
number of
isn't where
ping
it should
issues,
be, that's not something we're just
but that
brushing
might
off.
just be me.
We've
I
been
don't know
working
if that's
closely with
everyone.
our
If you
hosting
have had
partners
ping
to
issues,
improve
please do let me
routing
know.
and overall connection stability, not just for North
Okay,
America,
chat. The ads
but
are about to
across the
start. I will
Americas, Europe, and
resume the
Asia.
music and
A lot
let
of this
the
stuff isn't a
ad
simple flip of a
wait.
switch. It
Let
involves
let this video
infrastructure,
wait
routing
before
paths,
we
and
resume.
coordination on
I don't want
multiple
you guys to miss out on anything, all
same
the
time,
talks that we're doing
set
about
aside
the
dedicated technical
the various
resources
kind of
internally to
systems,
keep working on
etc.
performance and network
So I
optimization.
will pause during the
And
ads.
that
As a
doesn't
reminder, I
stop
pause for
with this
all
sprint.
ads, so you won't miss anything out.
This is
You won't miss out on
ongoing.
anything in game.
Our goal is
I need to go and do my stretches, go take some meds, etc. You know, all the important things that keep me going.
But you should see things
So
getting better
I
over time. And
will
we're gonna keep
be
pushing.
right back. Let me resume the music, and whoop. Hello all. Sorry about that. I apologize profusely. Unfortunately, Spare Human not very well, and therefore I'm just checking up on her every time there's an ad break. She was unfortunately a little sick this morning. Before anyone says it, no, she's not pregnant. God damn it. It's just, I've been unwell over the weekend. I'm still not 100%. She's not 100%, so I'm just doing what I can to look after her. Indeed, thank you very much, Balthazar. I do appreciate it. Subs here are $4 teacher. $4 cheaper. Wait, isn't this in local currency? Does it have exchange rate plus foreign exchange fees as well? Well, yeah. Kick does their subs differently. They take a 95 to 5% split. Thank you very, very much, Zidane. No, End of Pie, I will not be using any Thor images on this stream. I was told not to. It was made clear that it wasn't appreciated. Did Bailey offer us some healing vibes? Bailey has been asleep on her for the last, like, hour, so yes. So, no, End of Pie, there will be none of those images appearing on this channel probably ever again, unfortunately. Did Bailey offer some healing vibes? Oh, sorry, I answered that one yet. Luke, thank you so much for the 40 stream streak. Absolutely huge. Thank you so much. Also, shout out to LCF, the 90 stream streak. Zidane with 90. Lazy Death Knight with 45. Old Man Tony with 90. Chorus with 85. Ruchi with 20. Aline with 90. Balthazar with 90. You guys are all incredible. Thank you so much for the stream streaks. I'm just for choosing here to be where you want to hang out. It's really kind of you guys. Yep. Have we had any 12 months resubs? No, the first 12 months resubs will be on the 8th. I believe 8th or the 9th is when I got the affiliate status. So it'll likely be the stream on the 9th where you start seeing the 12 months. Did I hydrate? Yes, I did. Yeah. Did it during my break. I could do it again if you need to see, you know. Through the authorities, you understand. Yours renews on the 8th, yours on the 9th. It depends on where you are in the world, I think, depending on what time of day it was that I got it all sorted. Yeah, for sure. So no 1 years yet, but yeah, the 12-month subs are about to be here. So that means that will be 1 month away from the full 12 full 12-month mark of streaming, which is huge. So yeah, like I said, I'll probably just have a minor mental breakdown when that happens from you guys. That's perfectly normal, right? A small mental breakdown is very normal. A 1 year anniversary. Well, yeah, that's on June the 6th. So a month and 2 days time will be a year of streaming. Which is wild. I can't believe it's been a year. Neither can I. I really do appreciate all of you guys for the love and the support and the encouragement across these past few months, because like there's been some really rough times and I probably wouldn't have, you know, I probably wouldn't or couldn't have just kept going by myself. So it's thanks to some of you guys for the support and the kind words along the way that make it very doable. On June the 6th, it very well may be June the 6th. Yes, Luther. 9th and 8th, the 8th and 9th, the break Chronos days. Nah, not at all. I've not been amazing. No, I've only been a reflection of what you guys allow me to be ultimately. So it's thanks to you guys. How is it June next month? Well, it was April last month, so that's how it was June next month. Why does time feel so wibbly wobbly? I think it's just because, you know, someone's messing with the timelines. That's what it is. I think that there's some interference going on in the timelines. Hello, Sabu. I'm having a day. It's a bit of a rough one, but we will get it. We'll get through it. That's the main thing. We'll get through it together. That's, we are here for today's stream. That's the main thing. Hello, Baby Doll Bites. How are you doing? Good to see you. Why is time going so fast? Please stop. Good of time. Well, see, if I stop time, this means everyone will die. That's the problem. Like, I can't stop time and space. I should probably resume the video we were watching.
For as long as it takes.
Let's do this.
Is there a plan for an economy update? I think it would be easy to reinvigorate a lot of old content by reworking how artifacts are dropped.
Artifacts?
So, will there be a pure economy?
Hello, CS King. How are you doing, buddy?
Albion's economy isn't really something we treat as a separate system that we patch in isolation.
Good. Okay. Yep. The
Almost
system of
everything we
the
add
economy is
changes
fully
or
tied into the
affects
game.
economy in
Yep.
some way. New content, new rewards, balance changes, all of that feeds directly into supply and demand.
Yes.
When
Exactly.
it comes to artifacts, we did take a first step last summer with the introduction of the depths. Since then, you can trade favor for demon crests at the antiquarian's den once you've reached the required standard.
Demon Crest. That sounds
It's
perfectly healthy,
actually
right?
very likely you'll see more steps like that in the future as we keep refining different
Okay, so they're
We
refining
want
their
to know
end-game
why
artifact
is there a
system.
Big RMT ban wave right now on the NA server. Well, when it comes to real money trading, for us it really comes down to two core issues. First, RMT very often funds botting and account theft.
True.
A
Yes,
big part of the
RMT is a
supply
big problem
side
in a
comes
lot of
from
games.
bots farming 24/7 or from hacked accounts being stripped of their assets.
Yeah.
So even if you think you're just saving time, you're often indirectly supporting these kind of activities. Second, it directly bypasses our monetization model. Albion sells things like premium and gold, and that revenue pays for servers, salaries, and ongoing development.
Yeah, this is why RMT is a problem in many games, not just Albion.
Without
So
actually contributing to it. So from our perspective,
True,
cracking
yeah.
down on RMT isn't about going after individuals for the sake of it. It's about protecting fairness in the game, the stability of the economy, and the long-term sustainability of Albion Online.
it's very true. I mean,
With the
most
bloat
hacked
of
game
content,
accounts like that just
will there
get
ever be
cycled
a
into,
content
you know.
deletion? Yeah, that's actually something we talk about
Interesting.
internally from time to time. Right now, there are
Content
no concrete
deletion?
plans to straight up delete
You say
content,
good morning. What's the
but
middle of
we're very
cleaning?
aware
How
that
is chat doing
Albion
today? We
grows
are doing
a lot
all
of
right. Thank you,
years.
lukewarm. How are you doing? I
With
hope
that
your
comes a
cleaning has been
certain amount
going
of load.
good.
One idea
May
we
bank holiday
discussed
cleaning is
rotating
always fun.
certain features or activities instead of having absolutely everything available all the time. That could help keep things fresh and reduce overload.
They
without
might have
permanently
seasonal
removing
content. Okay,
That
that's
said, we're also
interesting.
very careful here. Every piece of content in Albion is someone's favorite activity.
True, yeah,
if we
that's
ever
always the
make
way it is with the
changes like
sandbox
that,
game.
It won't be a light decision. The next
Interesting,
couple of
okay,
questions
I'm
are
glad.
focused around combat, the Keeper event, or dragons.
Dragons?
I've asked co-creative director Michael Schwan to join me
Dragon
and answer
D's
those
nuts.
questions.
Am I right, chat? Am I right?
Hello. As a lore fan,
Okay, so talking about the
assuming
lore and the
these are
world of
primordial
Albion then.
things, how exactly are they going to interact with the world and environment?
Yeah, you enjoyed that,
Considering
CS King. Don't
they
lie.
also
Don't
looted
lie.
And decimated the old world, with mob factions rising up to challenge them. Will we see Terran changes or some sort of team up with the giants on their arrival? Yeah, interesting that you bring up the giants, which are part of the keepers. With the
Did you hear that correctly? No, you didn't hear anything. There's nothing to
right
hear.
before the Dragon update launch, it's probably they probably have something to do with the launch of the Dragons. More on lore. Are there any plans at all to drop lore about mob factions?
Mob
Most especially
factions.
at the moment.
Interesting. Okay.
Please. I
I know a lot of
need
people
to
want their
know.
world to be built out more. You know, Eve has a hugely deep
If you
lore,
need
but
to
it's
know that
not.
urgently,
It's not been their
there's
focus for a
actually
long
one
time, and
thing that
Eve lore is something they've asked for a lot. So I'm not surprised people in Albion also
lead
want the
up to
same
and
thing.
also the
Makes a lot of
Dragon
sense.
update, as a fan of lore,
Pip
I
runs
think
the
there's
best
a
part
lot
of
for
cleaning.
you to
Very
look
true.
forward to,
That
and
kind of very
you should definitely check out the
that very visceral feeling of actually like making visual progress as you offload things at the tip. It's very freeing. It's like a weight off almost. I completely agree.
Scouts and reds locked out in the zone. No. Next question. No.
No, next question. Nice. I like that. Very
They
simple
will work
answer.
Very differently from world bosses, which is what you are referencing here, where they're heavily protected by scouts and hardcore guilds that can lock down this area. We don't want them to play like this at all. That's why they are very different. So you don't have to be worried that they will be like that.
Okay, so people were worried that endgame guilds, etc., would be blocking people out of this new content that's promised and upcoming, because of the way that, you know, large groups can lock down an area of, say, space, lock down an area of the map if they really want to. People are concerned they'll be locked out of this new cool content they're really looking forward to. The devs obviously just reassured them that's not the case. They are taking into consideration, you know, how players can access this at all stages, which is really important. Because, you know, how many of you have wanted to take part in a gameplay activity, but it's been overrun by a large number of other players and you can't get in, or, you know, they've already got the tag on it and you can't, all kinds of stuff. A large number of people here in this chat are from Ashes of Creation. So I know that you've gone through situations where, like, the things that you want to farm might have had other groups on them, or you don't want to have to fight in PvP and the group off of it so you can take part in a storyline part, you know, or you're all queuing up one after the other to kill a storyline NPC that you can only solo kill one after the other. There's a lot of stuff in there that you don't want to be locking down mobs or locking down gameplay activities so that you can't take part, because otherwise it's just not fun. Like, being gatekept out of your own content that you want to take part in is never going to be good or fun or enjoyable. So why worry about that? Why make it a massive deal? I'm glad that they've you know, they've been clear here. That's not something they want to do.
Dragon content possible to interact with as a solo player, or will it be for larger groups? Will there be raids for different sizes?
A similar question about can they do it in solo versus small gang? That's a good question.
When you get to the dragon, it is solely PvE. But what are the expected required planned group sizes? Yes, like you mentioned, during the actual fight against the dragon, it will be pure PvE and no one can
pure PvE during the dragon fight. Okay, cool.
How you get to a dragon will be in a PvP scenario.
To get to it through a PvP zone. Okay.
Able to slay a dragon on your own. They are just
not a soloable enemy. Kind of makes sense, to be honest with you.
Group sizes, so.
Might be some different group sizes. Interesting. Okay.
Will the Dragon update include any meaningful, repeatable stone sink to help increase the value of tier 4 to tier 7 stone?
Stone is very non-valuable. As an example, we'll mine this travertine.
We don't plan to have a new stone sink with the Dragon update right now. In general, though, I agree that we need more stone sinks.
Tier 4 iron is worth 113. Tier 4 stone, 31. The value difference is
right now,
insane.
Also because they lack a unique sink for the enchanted version, but we want to tie.
Oh yeah, an enchanted stone. There's almost no use for it.
Feature where it really makes sense. We don't want to add it just.
This isn't normal hemp, so it's not a very good example. But
not this time,
if I can find some uncommon travertine, I can show you guys. Do I have my fishing rod? I do.
Will gameplay be different in a meaningful way, or is it just a global roadmap
Fish.
to kill X-Keepers?
Yeah, we have to get to fish while we're here.
So, the Keeper event will be an event. It's not a game update, but it will be an event that shakes up your daily life. And we want to test it.
I actually have a question for you in chat. How many of you have seen the film that came out recently? What was it called? Was it called I Swear?
And it will be a bit more than just kill X-Keepers to fill a bar. Is the Keeper
Are you attacking my ox? Mike Ox, sorry, Mike. Yeah, I Swear, the most recent film, the film that was recently in some controversy because at the BAFTAs, the person about whom it is, you know, John Davidson, who is a Tourette's educator, I guess, and obviously said a very much non-okay term, but they've got Tourette's. They can't help that. That's the whole point of the film. I watched it on Netflix last night with with Spare Human, and oh my god, that film is great. Very, very good. You will likely cry at least once, but it is really important, I think, to watch and to understand Tourette's and why it's so important that people need to be educated for it. As many of you know, Mr. Greggles is a really, really good friend of mine. He lives in the UK. I go and visit him regularly. He's been to my house. I've been to his. He's an absolutely awesome dude. He's in that film only briefly, but he knows the person in that film personally, and I think that actually I can only speak in support of people watching that film and educating themselves about how Tourette's really affects the life of people suffering from it. And what they need is only just understanding kind of support and love. That's all they need. That's all that actually people need, is to be, you know, they don't mean this. They don't take it at face value. Don't make it into a big deal. They don't mean to say these things. It's a bit like when you want to say something and you can't find the word for it. Their brain is doing the complete opposite. They are looking for a word or a thought or something based on an external stimulus. So either a thought they've had or, you know, something they've seen, and their brain basically throws a dart and those silences fire off in a way that means they don't fire off what they're actually consciously intending to say. Their brain just delivers an automated response. The people who blame them or say that they're doing it for attention or doing it for, you know, doing it to stand out is disgusting, because people don't, you're not going to do that. Like, this is like people who would say, oh yeah, you use a cane or you use a wheelchair for attention. If you've ever been using a cane or a wheelchair, you would know that it's not the kind of thing one does for attention. It is debilitating, humiliating, painful, difficult to explain. It makes you feel self-conscious. It makes you feel vulnerable. You are often looked at with pity, or not even looked at like a human at all. Sometimes you are treated as broken. You're not going to fake that kind of thing for attention. It's just not a thing. But a lot of the issues around Tourette's now is that people think that people are doing it for attention. It's fundamentally not true. So I would recommend to everyone to watch the I Swear film and to basically make your own decision and judgment on it. It's, like I said, it was really, really well done and won a BAFTA for great reasons. And I think it's very important that now more than ever we look to educate ourselves on these kind of issues, because, you know, those are the people who slip off, you know, the system sooner. People who are disabled, who will use a cane. People who have, you know, Tourette's. People who have learning difficulties, who the system doesn't fully support as well as it should do. Those are the people who are going to struggle the most first. So try and understand. Try and be there for them. That's fair enough, Alpha. No. One of my boys does Tourette's and streams. He's always saying things he doesn't intend to, and just made it part of the fun. Exactly, Emphatic. Yeah. You need a community that gets that. But I imagine that he's had to deal with in his life with people who have been like, oh, you're not, you know, you're saying that for attention. You're not, you know, you don't really have to. There are always people who will claim that you're faking it for some reason, or that you're saying, or that sometimes you say things that you mean to say those things. That's not the case. Definitely not the case. Really, really good film. I can highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. If only so that it helps you understand other people's struggles slightly better. It's worth watching. It's very much worth the watch. How is Bailey? King Bailey is doing very, very well. He is probably the most well in the entire house right now, which is quite funny because Spare Human and I are both somewhat unwell. But no, Bailey is doing very, very good. He's had a lovely weekend. He's been spending a lot of time cuddling, which is normally how I know that one or both of us are sick, because Bailey will pay more attention to us when we're not well. It's a very much normal thing for him. So yeah, I find it very interesting that he seems to pick up when we're unwell and will spend a lot more time with us, even if we don't know it ourselves. Oh, Wig, it's the very least I can do. To be honest with you, like, it's very easy for me to sit here and say, hey, I watched a cool film that educated me, you guys should too. It's very little effort, and I don't see why I shouldn't. So there's no real need for thanks. But it's one of those things. I'm not really watching that video. I'm just playing in the background. We'll put the music back on. Like, I'm just yapping now. You would check Netflix. It's not available in the Netherlands. You might be able to catch. You might be able to catch it on a different streaming service, but it's you know, hopefully it will come to Netflix in the Netherlands, because I think it would be good. Yeah, I just think it's rough, and it's actually very good to see those kind of things are being viewed, regarded. They are being given the space to educate people now, because even 20 or 30 years ago, you probably wouldn't have been able to, like, the film goes into some of the details of some of the things, like, how many of you, when you've seen a police officer, haven't trusted them immediately, or you felt an intrinsic sense of nervousness at seeing the police, even if you've done nothing wrong, even if you're completely fine, whether that's, you know, on the road and you're driving and you see a speed camera, you're not speeding, you still feel nervous. You're walking down the street and you see a police officer, you've not had a good experience with police before maybe, and you don't feel like you trust them. If you have Tourette's, or you have anything else that can limit your ability to control what it is that you say or do, you can say something completely out of the blue just based off the immediate instinctive feeling that you can't control. So, you know, fuck the police. You can just shout that. And some police officers have way too high opinion of themselves and will make that about them rather than listening to you and saying that you've got Tourette's and you can't help it. So, I think the film does a really good job of showing what the police change has been around things like Tourette's in recent years. And the respect they've got. You do it with Nord. Not sponsored. Nord should sponsor me. Thank you, Big Halerus. Harpy, I'm really enjoying the game. I think the game is really great. The gathering is really, really peaceful. It's very, very fun. Just gonna log on, do a bit of gathering. You can do it on your phone. You can do it on an Xbox. You can just kind of log on, do a little bit of gathering, log off. This is the bit that I enjoy the most, really. I know that there's a huge amount of depth to Albion. We will be later on diving into the PvP areas. I'm going to be going into this. I'm going to aim to go to this area, the PvP. It's called the Black Zone, and I'm just going to kind of see how long I survive for. If it wasn't against TOS, I would stream the movie in VC for those who can't afford Netflix out in their region. Balthazar, I will eventually arrange that. If you haven't seen it, you can't see it. If somebody could put like a inside of stream chat, if you're here now and you want to see that film, or for us to do a Discord watch of it, drop a message in and I'll see if we can, because I think Greg might have an ability to, he might actually have a non-copyright protected version that he got from being in the film. So I could potentially show like some of that without breaching terms of service, theoretically. I don't really look at what the restrictions on his version are, but I want to know what the interest is so we can see if we can show it. Because I'm going to do that with K-pop Demon Hunters anyway. But I'd love to actually like do a thing where not only do I show that, but then we can have Mr. Gregwars come and visit. And then have a conversation with people if they've got any questions about it, you know, or other people with Tourette's in the community. Because I know that Greg isn't the only one. But Greg could talk very much kind of personally about some of the situations that have been experienced inside of that film. And like some of the things that he's gone through that relate very much to what's being shown as well as many of you could, I'm sure. I know that Greg isn't the only one. So, like I said, it's an education piece, you know, it's important that we do what's right by people who have difficulties that we maybe don't understand as well as we should. I know that I personally understand ADHD very well because I've suffered from it for my entire life, funnily enough. But I don't have the same kind of experience with things like Tourette's. It's called I Swear, Harpy. It's the recent film about John Davidson, which won a BAFTA recently, the film. But about Tourette's, the growing up with it, the struggle of it, etc. And it's a difficult film to watch. I'll be really honest with you. There are some moments in there which are very, very sad. You were out in black zones and the red ones too. Was kind of fun. I'm interested in seeing how Pan. I'm expecting that I will die a lot when I do these. When I go into the PvP zone, I'm expecting that I either just get hunted down or just immediately die. But I think it'll be very, very funny. Yeah, we go. Thank you very much, Balthazar. Yeah, it's called I Swear, and I'll be real with you. If you know anyone with Tourette's and you really want to see if you can understand some of the struggles they might be going through or might have gone through in their time dealing with it, watch that film. I can only advise that you watch it to educate yourself and to really understand the struggles that other people will go through with a very, very different issue than what you might have dealt with in your life. The low-level PvP zones were not that scary. I mean, fair enough. It's good to know. It's a jump scare to see the movie on IMDb in Latvian. Surprise, Latvian. I'm so Troytech. Yeah, both Spare Human and I are a little bit unwell. We've both got a bit of a bug. She's been sick a few times this morning, so I will be going to check on her a little bit more. As a result, I might run the ads more often, just so I can go and check on her every half an hour rather than every 45 to 50 minutes. With the way that Twitch sometimes has a struggle of starting the ads, it means that I just want to go and make sure she's okay a little bit more often. But I might also see if we can get some people onto comms so we can do some group running later on, so that if I do need to go AFK, you can still hear some chatting for a little bit. So if there's other people around. You've seen clips from the film on YouTube. The one that really broke your heart was when he was talking to the young girl who also had Tourette's in the back of the car. And you see him wrap his hand in the seatbelt so he doesn't tick and hurt her. Well, exactly. And that tick is something that is shown quite a lot in the film, because I think that's a lot of us know very clearly about, you know, Tourette's having verbal tics. You know, it's very, very common to see someone who's a Tourette sufferer who has a verbal tic. So they'll say something they don't mean to, but what people don't often realize is that comes with physical tics as well. So reaching out, and I think the example given in John Davidson's case is that he just punch. I think about 3 or 4 times a day. I think they say that he will just punch straight forward out with his right hand, and he says to people basically don't sit on the right hand side of me. But he learns to limit his own tics. He knows what his tics are, and he takes steps to limit what his body does physically to protect her. That's a really good thing to see. But I think while that's upsetting, I think actually it's also really, it shows you the consideration that he's had to learn about his tics. Yeah. You've been away for a week. On which tier is my gear? So I can use tier 7 gear, Spectre. But what I'm currently using is tier 4 so that I can dip in and out of the PvP areas without worrying about losing my gear. So the only tier 5 or above thing I'm carrying is my pickaxe so that I can harvest tier 6 materials. Have I seen Project Hail Mary yet? No, I haven't. I've heard it was quite good, although not as good as the book. Family friend's daughter has Tourette's and her tics are so bad she has to wrap her hands up to avoid hurting herself and others. Exactly. And I think that's an area of Tourette's that has been not forgotten, but is very easy to not think about. We all think when someone says the word Tourette's, you think about the swearing, you think about rude words. You might not think about physical tics where people can be a risk to themselves or to others. And like they do a really good job of showing a lot of the tics and showing a lot of the behaviors implicitly. It is definitely not a film to watch as a second screen watch. It is definitely a film to actively watch. So very, very much, like I said, recommend, I swear. Very, very educational. By the way, Tourette's diagnosis requires both physical and vocal tics. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. You've read the Project Hail Mary book and it's excellent. And you've seen the movie and it's good. I'm glad that it's good. It's one of the ones on my list of things to watch. Is that I don't have a huge amount of like ability to catch up on every single film that gets released. So I kind of can grab them when they appear onto a streaming service. Your son has a tic where he flips the finger to every police. Well, that's because the police will automatically give you a level of response no matter what it is. It might be a positive one, it might be a negative one. And like, if you've got something like Tourette's or your inhibitions are lowered, and you see this a lot in people who are drunk, lowered inhibitions means they're more likely to do things that you might otherwise, find that the reasonable person might not. A reasonable person is a test you would use under law. It's called the reasonable man test, and it's basically a man on the Clapham omnibus. So basically a random dude on a bus. So a lot of people will use that test when you wouldn't consider that actually a man on the Clapham omnibus might have a special characteristic like Tourette's, and therefore you should take that into consideration. The law didn't protect that. The law didn't protect sufferers from Tourette's until maybe the turn of the millennium, I think it must have been, maybe the 90s, because Tourette's wasn't a formally diagnosable condition for a long time. That's the other thing people forget. Like, it's only really been the last 25 or 30 years where people with Tourette's have even been safe from their own physical tics without being legally held responsible for them. Absolutely insanity. Insane. Believe that people would, have the kind of tics that destabilize their life so significantly that they get beaten up or they get, mistreated at every stage in school. And the view was broadly that it was for attention, which is just wrong. I'm really glad that the view changed with the police. And with medicine, but now we as a society need to do better on Tourette's, ADHD, dyslexia, so many things. So many things. And unfortunately, things like the Saturday Night Live skit, things like I will throw some shade here. The rise and prevalence of TikTok, I think, is a problem in certain areas. Great in other areas, but problem in certain areas. The overall view around Tourette's on TikTok got really, really bad after the Saturday Night Live skit and the issues at the BAFTAs this year, because of the lack of empathy of information. People want the most bombastic takes, the most out there things and issues to go viral on. And actually, protecting people who have Tourette's and trying to understand people who have Tourette's in those situations was not the priority for a lot of people. And that led to an awful lot of mistreatment online for people with Tourette's. It was disgusting to see. I know that we banned at least 3 people as a result of making anti-Tourette statements here in Twitch chat. Like, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Like I said, it's a joke that I will make frequently. I'll make it again and again. The only thing that I will not tolerate is intolerance. Oh, is the suggestions form not working? You talked to several people about what had happened and had them take their videos down because you had to explain what was going on. I think it was disgraceful. The lack of empathy shown by the internet over Tourette's infuriated me because everyone has become so supportive in the past few years about ADHD. And the amount of information that's gone into ADHD has actually made a real difference for a lot of people in both recognizing their own behaviors. Is Def down? Okay, thanks for that. Can somebody put a mod ticket in on the Discord and I can deal with it after stream? I think I just have to have a conversation with Matt about it and find out what's going on. It could just be that my Google's lapsed or something. Thank you. Thanks, Balthazar. Yeah, so a lot of you will know now that ADHD's obviously had a huge amount of pressure, focus, information about it on things like TikTok in recent years. And people allow, if you've got an ADHD, it's basically meant to be a, people are meant to understand you. There's not a huge amount of difference between ADHD and Tourette's in terms of it is an illness that you are born with, you have very little control over it, and actually, it's a lifelong lesson of learning to overcome some of the stimulus and some of the issues that you face on that. Tourette's, however, is probably about 100,000 times worse to deal with because you have far more difficultly understood external showing of this. Whereas with ADHD, it's very easy to kind of just view it as someone who's lazy, someone who's not focused. With Tourette's, it's far more out there, far more blatant. You would think that as a result of its blatancy, people would be more forgiving of it. That is the opposite. And this is what I think that we need to work on as a society, is basically being more understanding of those who are different and being like, actually, you know, somebody isn't going to be shouting fuck the police in front of the police for no reason. That's just fundamentally wrong. And you have to be an idiot to think that the average person is going to punch a police officer because they can, you know, or to shout, you know. I think one of the example given in the film is when he has to encounter the police and he literally says the words like, I've killed him or something like that. That's the brain finding something that's related to the situation and just firing off where it doesn't need to. But for a policeman to take that seriously, despite a huge amount of evidence over time, because obviously this isn't just a one-off thing. You take that person to custody, you see them doing physical ticks. I think the one that John Davidson does in the show is he does a really obvious kind of like he stretches the muscles on his neck forward and his jaw. So you get like kind of like this, which is a really common set of stimulus, which you see in people with Tourette's. No one's doing that for fun. No one's doing that frequently to the extent that it's painful. And you can see that it's obviously bothering them over time. Just to say fuck the police. Because I'm going to be honest with you, if you wants to say that, you would just say that. And you're just going to run off afterwards or be a fucking dick about it. People with Tourette's fundamentally appear differently. And some of the treatment that you see in the film really will make you very angry. And then you'll see the improvements over time in the film. And you'll actually be like, okay, that's better. That's good to see. But the people who I saw on the internet recently saying, oh, people with Tourette's are faking it for attention, or, you know, I had zero time for that. If that's your view, please leave the stream right now. I don't want people here who are like that. I think you need to educate yourself about Tourette's and about how much of a problem it can be, and go and watch the film. Go and watch I Swear, and tell me that you still think people with Tourette's are faking it. And I will I'll show you the door, because I don't want those people around. Sorry, Kurame. Yeah, I watched after all of the issues recently around, you know, Tourette's and the issues at the BAFTAs, I got the opportunity last night to watch the Speak Now film. No, not Speak Now film, it's the I Swear film. And now I want to make sure I speak out about the fact that, like, the treatment that I saw on the internet about Tourette's and about people who were in those situations a couple of months ago, to take the BAFTAs as a situation where that film was being shown, where that film was honoured and given an award to, and to turn it around and say that that person is faking it, was making it up, did it for attention, was being insensitive. People with Tourette's cannot control what they say. Do not hold them accountable for it. Give them a place of love, understanding, and know that they probably feel more mortified about what they have said than you ever will. Because they're the ones that said it. And they will be like, am I a bad person? Do I actually think those things? You know, no, I don't actually think those things, but I've said them. People will think I've said those things, so I have to apologize. They can't control it. If you sneeze, you shouldn't have to apologize for it. And even then, you can partially control a sneeze. Tics are beyond that. They are a compulsion. You wouldn't ask somebody with OCD to apologize for their compulsions. And there's often an awful lot of overlap between the two. So if you ever are with somebody who has Tourette's and they do tic and they apologize, all I think that you can do is let them know, hey, you can't control what you said and what you're doing. You don't need to apologize to me. And if they do apologize, so be it. A lot of people with Tourette's have got really strongly internalized feelings about their tics and about the way that they come across. And sometimes they might just apologize every single time. For example, I don't need to put any kind of warning on stream when Greg is here because, first of all, anyone causes shit, they're immediately fucking out of it. Second of all, I know that Greg apologizes for his tics every time because he's internalized an awful lot of negative emotion about his tics from the way that he was raised at the time as a kid struggling from Tourette's. Because it wasn't understood, he wasn't looked after, he wasn't treated with empathy, love, and respect. And as a result, he's learned basically behaviors to manage his tics, which might not, which I wouldn't wish on people now. Hello, hi, meow. Yeah, hi, sweet boy. Yeah. Hello, Bailey. So this is Bailey. The prince is here. He clearly heard that we were having a rant and wanted to come and have a check. So we'll stop the rant now. So we upset me. Thank you all for being here. Sorry for my my rant about how important it is to, you know, respect and listen to people who are struggling from different illnesses and issues than we are. It's something that's quite big here. We're very big on, you know, empathy, inclusion, community. It's a very core part of who I am as a person and my ultimate view on society is that we need to do more to include and help those people. That's always been my way. 100%, I still struggle with it. Having an ADHD diagnosis gives me an explanation for my way of being, but thinking about my experiences still hurts. Well, exactly, Freya. And I think that's something that we don't really talk about. You see that little run? Apparently it's food time for B, so I think that maybe he's going to get fed. Oh, bless him. And exactly, sometimes you have to, but I will also be honest that like there are going to be some parents who wouldn't have understood their kids' issues, whether it's ADHD, autism, whether it's, you know, Asperger's, whether it's, you know, Tourette's, and who will, because of their inability to necessarily understand and deal with the issue, they might have inadvertently or advertently put negative feelings onto the sufferer. And that's very hard to deal with as an individual, as a child, to be told, oh, why can't you be normal? Over and over again, to be told, oh, you know, you're making my life harder because of your problem. When you don't have control over that, that's incredibly harrowing to a child and to someone growing up. And a lot of people with learning difficulties, even the more well-diagnosed ones, the more well-understood ones, can still be an incredibly draining experience for a lot of you. So I know this is a triggering thing. I apologize, this brought up a lot of feelings for anyone. If you ever have a problem with it, you can DM me. I am open to discussing this stuff in Discord if you ever want support, and I will try my best. The ads are here. I'm going to get up and check on B's food and check on Spare Human. We will probably not resume the full conversation about this after the ads, because I think it's quite intense, and I know not everyone wants to discuss that first thing on a Monday. But I just kind of want to really reiterate how important empathy and support and love for each other is. Because you don't necessarily know what someone is struggling with. It might be obvious like Tourette's, or it might be more well hidden like ADHD. But everyone has got their own struggles, no matter what that is. Lilithian, thank you so much for the tier 3 resub. 2 months is absolutely amazing. Let me add you to the bottom of one of these models. Oh, have I put the name on all of them? You've just about got it. Oh wait, no, this is the first of this month. Lilithian, that means that you're the first person whose name will go on a magazine. I will get those out during the ad break after I've checked on Spare Human, so I can write your name on it, and I will be right back. I forgot that it was May. Hello, sorry about that. I was just checking on Spare Human, making sure she's okay, grabbing her a drink of water. Thank you all for bearing with. Right. Excuse me. Right, let me just read through some of these messages from the ads. You love the ads pitch? I'm really glad. Yeah, Nellis did a good job with that one. As someone with high-functioning autism, I had countless problems with people until I or someone else explains what I have, and sometimes it's really taxing us. And this is really important. I've had this issue with a number of people in the workplace. I have, over time, obviously worked with a large number of people who have various learning difficulties, whether it's ASD of some kind, whether it's ADHD, dyslexia. It's not a problem for me to have to work with this, but I know that a lot of people, a lot of managers that I've had have also never dealt with people like this before, because I'll be real with you, a lot of people in management positions are people who've been in a company for, say, 20 or 30 years. 20 or 30 years ago, Tourette's wasn't even a disorder that you could be diagnosed with. It was a syndrome, and it was indicative of something. Shadow Wolf Lukey, thank you for the raiding party of 2, buddy. Good to see you. Having somebody there who can say, hey, actually, that member of staff isn't X, Y, or Z. They're not, disruptive. They're not a problem. They're not argumentative. They're just autistic and therefore need things to be explained to them in a different way. I will still hear from a couple of, there's a girl I know who I worked with. She was a trainee in a different team to mine, in the last job that I was in. Thanks to a couple of meetings I had with her where I was involved, that I could just you can just kind of tell when somebody has something that you also have. I could very much see elements of ADHD in there, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have a quiet conversation with her and say, hey, I'm not in your team, blah blah blah. I've noticed that these behaviors are an issue for you. I manage some of these behaviors myself with these, and just kind of helped her on some of the ability to manage and adapt to your own symptoms and issues. And I still get messages from her, even, I think it's been 5 years, 2021. Yeah, so 2021. And I still get messages now being like, hey, I used X, Y, and Z today. Thank you again, blah, blah, blah. And all I was have a conversation with her about basically how to manage her own behaviors. Then I have a conversation with her boss and said, hey, look, this person in your team, I've had a conversation with about these things. Just give them a bit of slack and work with them rather than force them to work in an environment which doesn't work for them. And it's changed things for them. And that's all it takes, is just having a conversation sometimes with somebody, or someone having that conversation on your behalf. But, like, I completely understand what you're saying when you say that, like, having that conversation can be very fraying on your nerves. Aelorus, and yeah, 100%. Having someone in your corner inside the company who can explain that for you sometimes can just make all the difference. So I'm always clear to people that, like, you should disclose those kind of issues as part of the HR onboarding. There's a reason they exist in those forms. In the UK, they can't discriminate against you because of those disclosures. It's against the Equality Act. So even if they did for some reason pull the employment offer as a result of disclosure in the UK, my view is, at that point you go to ACAS, which is free, and you get a year's worth of salary as compensation for discriminative treatment. That's kind of the worst case scenario on those. But I know it's not true in every country, so sometimes it can make a big difference. Sometimes about getting to know your manager well before you have that conversation. Sometimes it's having another good kind of member of staff that you can really work with and talk to. Big Aelorus, I'm going to be honest with you. If you hadn't just told me that your that your English was rusty or wasn't your first language, I would have had no idea. I'm going to be really honest, Big Aelorus. I thought that your English was your first language. Your English is very, very good. For me, therapy helped a lot, but you need to get the right person also. That's what most native English people would say. Maybe you put the also in a different spot. That's about it. Your English is absolutely great, Big Aelorus. No need to apologize. Completely clear. Great job. For me, therapy helped a lot, but you need the right person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, therapy, that's the other part, is and I talk about this with ADHD a lot. ADHD is an issue of nature. I don't know who this is, so that person's going to speak up in chat if they want to join us. ADHD is at its heart a problem of nature. It's a problem of you have been born with a genetic level of something. Nurture, however, makes a huge difference to it. So nurture is the way that you are raised, the environment in which you are raised, and the behaviors that you learn from other groupings around you as you grow up. This is why Tourette's, ADHD, dyslexia are also difficult. It's because actually your issues at the nature level are heavily compounded by issues at the nurture level in the way that you're raised and the environments that you're in. Temperius, thank you so much as well for the tier 3 sub. You are an absolute legend. Let me make sure I write your names down. So, as a quick diversion, I have these. These are the Imperium magazine. These were a publication that Games Workshop released every week or two a couple of years ago, and I've got the first 90 or so versions of it. I basically got the full run of it. In each one, you've got some paint stuff, you've got a couple of miniatures to assemble, you've got some dice about the rules. What I will do is, as this month goes through, for each tier 3 sub, I will write someone's name on a version. So this will be episode, literally edition 1 of Imperium. And then when it comes to that, I will at that person say, hey, these are the miniatures that we've made as part of your model. This is the YouTube video of it. Thank you so much for supporting it. I'll actually write their name on the packaging now. So I'm going to start with Lilithian for number 1. Thank you very much, Lilithian, for the tier 3 sub. You're an absolute legend. And then let me grab number 2. And we will write Temperius on that. Thank you very much, Temperius. Temperius, you're an absolute legend. Thank you very much, bud. You are indeed on episode 2 of this. Thank you so much, both of you. This means that when I'm like working through this over summer, I'll be able to look back and really appreciate all the people who have supported me for the last year, and as you know, across getting the Partner Plus program. So it's thanks to you guys. You guys are incredible. Garon and Sabu as well. Thank you so much for the watch streaks. Import Vita as well for the 5 stream streak. Welcome in, Import. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's what we're doing on the PP program. So let me update the PP goal. I think we're probably at 33. I'm going to guess 33 out of 300. I could be wrong. What are we saying? What are we saying on the PP goal? You'll be back, going to eat some food. We'll see you in a second, Classic Buster. I will read your message in a second. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, sorry, Vector Sync. I'm sorry to hear that, but it's not a problem, bud. You can always rebuild the streak. That's the trick. Let me press done and then show. 21 still? Oh, okay, hasn't updated. Interesting. PP goal 21. Nice, 21. Thank you very much. It's just Twitch's feed sometimes. Thank you all so much for that. Let me keep reading through. Your parents didn't understand neurodivergency or how to deal with it, but I don't blame them for that. When I was a child, it wasn't a mainstream thing. They tried their best, but no support how to deal with a difficult child. See, that's exactly it, Buster. That's why it's about, that's a level of fault. So it might not be their fault that they didn't get you, but they still didn't get you. And that's about each person's individual feelings as to their parents and what their parents did. Everyone got a very different treatment from their parents, and I can't say that anyone got a universally same experience as anyone else when it's come to neurodivergence. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to deal with there. But that's what I'm saying, is that like having a supportive parent would have made a lot of difference in those situations. I'm likely ADHD because all 3 of my kids are diagnosed with main behaviors that I did as a child, but I was the weird kid. Kirime, that's exactly it. A lot of people are just labeled as the weird kid, or labeled as difficult, or labeled as lazy, or labeled as not getting it, or not smart, when that normally categorically isn't the case. A lot of the smartest people I know, I know a couple of very, very smart people who almost certainly have a level of autism, because like, there's a liking a level of trains that's normal, and then there's a liking level of trains which is autistic / German, and we meet about it online, but like that level of special interest and that level of special focus is something that doesn't really happen as much in neurotypical brains as it does in neurodivergency. Whether that is Tourette's, whether that is ADHD, whether that is autism, the area of hyperfocus or hyperfixation is far more prevalent in those with ADHD or autism or some other kind of learning difficulty. I generally would use that as an indicator of, not obsession, but how many of you have actually suffered from obsessive compulsive disorder, where you will have the feeling of dread of that, you know, if you don't do something, you will die, for example, or someone will die if you don't tap a lamppost 3 times. If you don't do a certain physical movement, something bad will happen. I can normally differentiate people who have been through certain things based on how much they will understand that level of obsessive compulsion. So a part of one of the medications I was put on when I was younger, the interaction led me to develop, and this was a combination of combining antidepressants, ADHD meds, and OxyContin. So don't combine those three. All three of them interact. The doctors didn't tell you that. So I developed a level of OCD where unless I flicked my neck in a certain way when I walked through a door, I genuinely believed that I or somebody close to me would die. I can't explain why I felt that or thought that, but I very much... it's a very visceral memory that I have. I was lucky enough that coming off of a certain medication changed that. But that's not the case. If someone suffers from chronic OCD, someone who has there's a very common link between OCD elements and Tourette's, far stronger than that of dyslexia or ADHD. So it's very important that you recognize that everyone's got a very different experience here, but that level of obsessive compulsion is so strong that it is not just a, oh, I feel like I should do this. It is a, I don't know how to underpin the level of dread that you get if you try and resist doing the tick or doing the thing that you feel like you need to do to prevent that thing from happening. Some people, okay, those of you with ADHD will probably know this one. When you leave the house, the level of panic you feel about have you got everything? That's a learned behavior normally from forgetting stuff or from the manifestation of certain symptoms. Some of you will get to the stage where you have an anxiety about leaving the house, that it will actually stop you and freeze you sometimes until you can actually mentally address it with yourself. Take that, times that by 10, and the feeling of being physically and mentally locked down until you do a specific thing is about as close as you're going to get to that compulsion. And everyone manages that differently, but like this is... When you see somebody who's suffering from something like OCD, all you can do is be empathetic. They can't control it. They don't want to do it. They often, it's the most annoying thing for them about their day and about their life. They absolutely hate that manifestation of symptoms, but they can't help it. And the same love, empathy, respect, and care should be shown towards anyone who's suffering from any of those things. And the problem that you're going to have is, therefore, when do you know that that is an OCD thing versus not? Where's the line? Where's that line between just what somebody does and that line of actually that person has a diagnosed medical condition? Is it getting a diagnosis? Well, the whole point of a diagnosis is that that person has that issue before they're diagnosed. So that doesn't make sense. So when do you do it? Why not by default treat everyone with a level of basic respect, empathy, and love and respect that you would want as if you had a diagnosis of some kind of related type? Oh, that's true of hoarding disorder as well. There's a huge amount of hate online. People say hoarding is a fascinating part of our brains. So humans can be induced to hoard. This is something that people don't often know. You can artificially induce somebody into hoarding behaviors with targeted trauma types. It is an incredibly unethical way of testing, so the amount of research into this is very, very low. But it is proven that by taking away certain things at certain developmental stages or certain types of trauma, you can induce levels of hoarding behavior and retention. And to be clear, we're talking here about the actual physical inability to throw anything away, not just the tendency to collect, which is very different as well. Because, you know, hoarding future art supplies is mostly about a tendency to collect rather than, a fear of running out of things. Whereas the actual trauma of compulsive hoarding comes down to that compulsion level again. A lot of people will say, oh, I'm a hoarder, when realistically we need to be careful about the terms we're using. If you are compelled to hoard, that is very different from being somebody who has a tendency not to throw things away unless they have to. It's a bit like conflating I get distracted, I forget where I leave things, blah blah blah, with I have ADHD. It's the same level of conflation. So when somebody says, when you joke about being a hoarder, just be aware that there are people out there who are so compelled to hoard that they fundamentally believe that by throwing something away, they might die. That's when I talk about hoarding, that's what I'm referring to, just to be clear. Now, if you've got ADHD, you've got dyslexia, you've got a number of neurodivergencies, throwing things away will be harder for you by the virtue of emotional connection with items rather than people. That's not just neurodiverse people that will get that. Neurotypical people will develop this behavior as well. Very, very normal. We have a society now which is not necessarily based on, but material wealth and possession is a large part of what our society now is. For better or for worse, you can agree with that. And a measure of wanting to retain something because of that is very, very normal. That's actually a very reasonable response to the way that our cultures have developed. You were literally speaking like 30 minutes ago, not for you, of course, but straight time speaking, but it's because obviously I'm spying on you, Tittle. It's obviously just the hidden cameras, yeah, very clearly. It's actually, no, it's really interesting that you were talking about it. And I'd be more than happy to talk about it with you directly at some point if you want. Speaking of, I need to come up and visit at some point. That's all. I need to come up and see yourself and Joy, if you guys are around. I know that obviously things are very busy, but I have a little bit of free time at the moment as I'm between roles, etc. Everyone will find good methods for getting rid of stuff. That's what I mean. Some people will do the does this spark joy. Some people will do the have you used in the last 12 months. There's a lot of things that people will individually do that can help you with throwing things away if that's a problem. You just make sure that like you recognize that there is a reason why you as an individual don't like throwing things away. If you don't know that reason, have a real think and a close, long, hard look at yourself, because it's okay. You're not the problem here. It is not easy to overcome throwing things away. It is not easy to overcome that problem of, oh, do I need this? Will I need this in the future? Don't be too hard on yourself. Try and give yourself some grace and some forgiveness and some respect, and try and understand yourself. You could also have a bowerbird or a magpie. You've got methods that you feel work with it. For example, you can take all the things that you think aren't needed out of a cupboard. I say everything you put back in the cupboard you can keep without judgment, but everything left out will go away. It doesn't work for everyone, but it does here. Everyone has different systems, and my whole point on all of this is that, like, I can't tell you what systems will work for you. I can tell you some of the systems I'm aware of, some of the things that work for me, potentially. But the only thing that works for everyone is giving yourself the love, the grace, and the respect as an individual that you are not going to get things right first time. You are trying your best to do better and be better, and that is not an overnight process. Throwing things away takes time. Learn to disconnect from things that you've retained or held value in the past are hard. Like, it's not easy to throw those things away, and learning to do that is a hard thing to do. So don't expect yourself to do it overnight. Don't expect yourself to suddenly be an expert, to be able to massively control your feelings and emotions immediately without training or practice. It is not reasonable. You would not expect a friend or a family member to go through that. Why the fuck are you expecting yourself to do that? There's an old saying that in a very, very early relationship, I was told by my grandfather how important it was to always treat your loved one, your partner, better than you would treat a stranger. And that stuck with me from about the age of about 11 years old onwards, is that actually a lot of people don't even treat their partners, their friends, their family better than they would treat a random stranger on the street with the same level of civility. For example, if you're in the shops and you would treat a random member of staff reasonably politely, positively well, take what they say at face value, etc., you take that person at face value because they're a stranger. You need to do the same thing to your friends, your family, to your loved ones, and to yourself. That's the hard part for me personally, is giving myself the same respect, care, and saying that I'm worthy of the same level of respect as every single other person that I interact with. And for me, that's something that I have to deal with. That's a difficult part for me, is that I will accept worse behavior from people than I would tolerate for my friends. That's a very, very common thing for me. It's one of my biggest issues, that I'll be like, yeah, no, I don't mind being treated that way, but if you treat one of my friends that way, I will fuck you up. Mostly because I don't care about me, but it comes to a level of not seeing myself as worth the same level of care or protection, which isn't the case. But this is true of all of your friends. Like, you wouldn't let somebody treat one of your friends this way. Why would you let somebody treat you that way? If you can't answer that question, it's probably about having a conversation with yourself again. As somebody who goes into people's homes to work, you'd be surprised how widespread hoarding is. No, I think my point, JD and Fire, is that actually I'm not surprised at how widespread hoarding is. because hoarding is an overarching categorization for a number of different behaviors which aren't all the same thing. Compulsive hoarding, the inability to throw things away without manifesting symptoms like intrusive thoughts about death or harm, is a fundamental hoarding compulsion. That's very different from just the drive to not throw things away because of material value, except things. It comes down to nature and nurture on this. They can often interact, but hoarding as a keeping things they probably shouldn't do or having lots of stuff is very different from the compulsion that if you throw something away, something bad will happen. This is what I want to draw the line of, is that actually there is a difference here in the language that we as people use when we're saying, you know, I'm a hoarder. Actually, you're not compelled to hoard. You just have a tendency not to throw things away. Whereas there are people who will have an actual compulsion to hoard. And I think that we are all guilty to a certain extent of doing the, oh, I'm a hoarder, when actually, no, we find it hard to throw things away, but we're not compulsively keeping things. This is a bit like, oh, I have ADHD versus I struggle to focus, I forget what my keys are sometimes. I think we should be very careful that, like, hoarding is a symptom, an incredibly important one, of certain conditions, and actually wanting to keep stuff and hold control over your items isn't really hoarding the same way. Hoarding, keeping things like dirty diapers, finding it hard to throw things away, you'll take out the trash. A really good example of this comes in an episode of House. As many of you know, I absolutely love House. Great TV series. Delves into a lot of medical, real-life issues, a lot of very deep, personal, emotional problems, and very, very well done. It's a very difficult show to watch sometimes, but that's sometimes why it's good. But there is an episode of that about hoarding, about a couple who are hoarders, and it is relevant to the medical case. What it eventually turns out is it's a trauma-related hoarding, but you see the level of hoarding there where they keep dirty diapers, they will keep like things like they'll keep nails, etc. My main premise using medical terms colloquially is more consideration. I think when you are saying to people, I'm a hoarder, just recognize what you're actually saying. In the same way that if you say to people, I've got ADHD, and you don't have a diagnosis, and you're just going off of TikTok, it's the same problem. What I'm saying is the same issues that we see on people diagnosing themselves with ADHD is actually very easily done with other medical things like hoarding. And this comes off the back of our conversation about Tourette's, is that actually we need to take these issues seriously, because if people think, everyone's a hoarder, the people who are actually fundamentally compelled obsessively to hoard will not get the level of love, respect, and treatment they really need. And like Tourette's, it's about educating yourself. Learn what the difference is. Learn that if you have an issue with throwing things away, completely normal, completely doable, completely fine. But to say that you compulsively hoard, you're a compulsive hoarder, is probably not accurate. And if you are, please do consider getting mental help for it, because you're not the one at fault here. It's probably as a result of trauma or as a result of some other problem that you can and should get help for, because you shouldn't have to live where you're keeping things like dirty tissues and dirty diapers and stuff, because that's how bad hoarding can get. Just because you think, oh yeah, everyone suffers from hoarding, don't lay your own symptoms down. And the reality is that actually, hoarding looks very differently for different people. So my whole premise here is, be aware of what's actually going on with you, rather than just putting it under the, oh, everyone hoards. Or be aware that actually, when you say that you're hoarding, your behaviors probably aren't hoarding. Educate yourself about what the issue actually is that you're saying that you're guilty of, and find out if you actually have a problem, and take actions if you need to. You don't have to live like that, and you shouldn't, because it's not your fault. Putting things away, being more organized, throwing things away are a different problem entirely. And if you're not good at that, sometimes that's to do with the way that you were raised. I've got a friend, for example, who was raised very, very poor. They were really, really poor growing up. As a result, she is very, very bad at throwing anything away, because in her brain, that inner child of, we are poor, we can't throw things away, we can't waste things, is still there. That is very different from somebody who, for example, after a miscarriage or a loss of a child, starts to hoard things because they can't deal with loss. There's a fundamental difference in there, but it is very different in terms of one of them is a compulsion and one of them is a learned behavior that is sitting in the back of their brain that they're not really aware of, and they can look really similar. Oh. Mum says you're a nester, you tend not to clean properly, throw stuff out, and once in a while, once it starts warming up, you get things back in order and it resolves in early summer. That nesting behavior is likely You know, it could look like a seasonal affective disorder. It could look like some kind of hormonal issue. It could just be the amount of light that you get. It could be vitamin D exposure to snow. It could be all kinds of things. But if it's the problem that if it's to a stage where it's bothering you or it affects your health or your well-being, you should definitely get it addressed. You should definitely speak to someone about it and go and get yourself sorted. Because if it's a problem for you and it affects your life so much so that it bothers you, there might be something you can do about it. It might not be purely, you know, purely mental, purely willpower. It might be more to it. The thing I don't enjoy is non-medical professionals essentially diagnosing the people around them. If it's to a degree it requires intervention, then help them through that rather than you definitely have X. If someone says to me, you definitely have X, I'll be like, you definitely don't. That's not how that works. You're not going to definitely have it until you've got a diagnosis. Even then, doctors don't get everything right. The example I give every time about doctors and diagnoses is I was diagnosed with the doctor said it was a muscular growth problem. They wanted to sever my hamstrings to allow them to regrow to solve the muscular problems I was having in my legs at 17. Turns out they were wrong. It would have been a 3-year recovery of surgery on a wheelchair and external cast, when actually the problem was higher up in my lower back. I was booked for surgery. I had a surgical date. I had scans. So even if you've got a medical diagnosis and it doesn't sound right to you, still get it checked. But yeah, make sure that you are making your own health the priority. And if you think you've got something wrong, go and get it diagnosed. Don't just wait around and act like you do or don't have it, because both of those can be a problem. If I acted like I didn't need painkillers, I was miserable for years as a teenager. You know, I chose not to use a cane when I was a teenager because I didn't want to deal with the social embarrassment of being a 17-year-old and getting the comments of, oh, you're too young to need one of those, after I had it once. So I stopped using a cane. I'm an idiot. The number of times I fell over or my leg collapsed beneath me and I really hurt myself or even knocked myself out, dumb. I should have just kept using the cane and been like, actually, my ego wasn't the problem. I think I've gone on a tangent. My overall point, though, just try and be understanding of people. If you see someone struggling, just try and be there for them. Exactly. Well, I need to learn myself with that one. I didn't use my cane. What's wrong with me that I have to use a cane? I've got an issue in the L3 to L5 section of my back where the discs have effectively prolapsed or herniated so many times that I've got significant scar tissue and nerve damage to my sciatic nerve area of my back. Stay moonkin. So very commonly what will happen is that, like, the inflammation will just prevent a nerve signal from going through my leg properly, and either my leg will not go quite as high as it needs to, and I'll catch myself on a step or on a ledge or on a piece of ground that's slightly risen, or my leg will just give way beneath me when I try and put weight on it. It's just part of what I deal with, and it comes and goes. It is, yeah, it can be rough. It can be. It's one of those things. I can't do anything about it now. Like, but part of that problem, the point I'd be clear about, part of that is my own internalized problem with my own disability. I didn't want to view myself as having to use a cane or not being able to do the things I want to do anymore because I didn't want to believe it. I was still young at 17, 18. I don't necessarily know how true it is. I'm not a specialist in brains, but there's supposedly a certain level of, like, not believing that you can die, not understanding your own mortality when you are young, particularly when you are a young male. And you see it a lot in stupid behaviors. But no, I don't think I was willing to accept that actually the problem was as bad as it was and that I could just push through it and it was just willpower and I was just, you know, I was weak for letting the pain stop me. It was a lot of the view that I had towards myself, because that was the view that I'd reflected from a bunch of doctors. But that's not true. Definitely not true. It's Accent, hello. Accent, hello. How are you doing, buddy? I think it's unreasonable to have more than one username. After my cousin got diagnosed with Asperger's, now, yeah, I see. I still call it Asperger's because I learned about Asperger's when it was a separate thing. Oh, Tidbit Snow, thank you very much for the resub, by the way. I think I missed that. You are a legend, dude. Thank you so much. But yeah, Asperger's is a really common thing, and a lot of people, oh, your auntie started telling people you probably have it as well. That's not very nice. But, and this is one of my, as many of you know, I have opinions about parents and how they can be. I know that not everyone has great parents. Some people are very lucky, some people aren't. There is a prevalence, and I don't know if this is worldwide problem or just a UK issue. So if this is a worldwide problem, I would like to hear from people who might have some other viewpoints. But a lot of parents in the UK, where your child is poorly behaved in school, will try and get a diagnosis so that you can have so the school will understand why that kid is the way that they are. But often the bit that is missing in UK schooling and education is the joined up with, once you've got that diagnosis and they know what's up, the actual care and support that you're given. A really good example of this is ADHD. If you are given a diagnosis of ADHD, in schools, you're given extra time in exams. Do you think that the majority of people with ADHD are served well by having an extra 25% time in an exam? No. Their problem is not the ability to write things out on time or to spell or to get the information out on the page. Their ability is to focus in the environment that you're putting them in because of the stimulus. So what you're just doing there is prolonging their issues just so that you have a box tick behavior so that you said, oh, well, we've done something to support them. A lot of getting a diagnosis in the UK actually comes down to being able to excuse the behaviors, particularly inside of schools. Schools want to say, the reason this child isn't doing so well, or the reason this child's abilities are lower, the reason they are in, they're in discipline meetings more often is because they've got ADHD, because they've got autism. They like to point to it as a reason why their stats aren't being thrown off. And if you're not throwing off the stats, or you're not otherwise affecting their results or their discipline, they generally won't give you the same level of care. And this has become a big problem where you have a huge amount of undiagnosed, intelligent, and well-behaved people who, just because they were able to maintain grades despite their disabilities, despite their issues, they weren't given the proper care they were needed to when they were younger, and now as adults they basically don't know a huge way of functioning and have a lot of problems in terms of working these things out for themselves because they were never really given the care they were needed to. It was a box ticking exercise designed that parents and the school point to the diagnosis and say, this is why they don't fit in, this is why they don't behave the way that you're expecting, this is why they're not normal, because they've got this badge. A very, very good friend of mine who was also a streamer was diagnosed at a very, very young age. And my personal view on it is mostly so that their mother and their father could point to it and say, this is the reason why they're not normal. They never did anything about it. There was never any care given. There was never any education, never any medication, never any long-term planning or support. It was just we've got this sorted now. Now we know the reason for it. We haven't got to feel bad anymore. How's Albion? Planning on going deep into it? I don't plan on going deep into any game as I went into EVE, but I didn't even plan on getting as deep into EVE as I got into EVE. As for Albion, I'm really enjoying it. The Gathering is great fun. I've been doing this offline on my phone. It's just a nice, easy little MMO. It's really well done. The devs really care and listen to their players. I think that this is a really solid entry, and it's something I will continue playing myself, even if not on stream. I believe this may stem from it isn't my fault my children's like this. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Completely agree with you. It isn't my fault that my child is like this. Is a big, big problem inside of schools and inside of families. It's ordinary for us not to place ourselves on the lower end of the bell curve. Exactly, yeah. People are more like to say, wow, they're intelligent, as to say their intellect is average. So maybe not intelligent as I thought. In the same way, I'm not a bad parent. My child must have a condition. There are kids who legitimately have ADHD, but I see the former happen too all the time. And this is it. A lot of it is a matter of the two of them. Yeah. And that's why I think the balance needs to be between schools and parents. Wait till you learn about the politics in the game. It's great. I've heard about the politics, and I don't know if I want to get drawn into that extent yet. I'm on my way out of dealing with an awful amount of office politics, so I don't need to be dealing with in-game politics right now. I'm trying to give myself a bit of a break. It's something very. There are a large number of people in this community who are neurodivergent. I know that. That's an interesting. There is a disproportionate number of people online as a whole who are neurodivergent because we are almost encouraged into this space. You can confirm that kind of behavior from schools in the US. It doesn't surprise me. The US education system seems quite similar to the UK's now. In terms of some of the cultures you see inside of classrooms, and especially with the. You have to remember that phones and the internet now influence the culture among children and teenagers, which in turn affects classroom culture. So you will see a unification of classroom culture as well, I think, over time. that just happened to you, but it was just the school wanted to appropriate more funding and then not spend it on support. It was isolating in the library because you were a reader. That's a thing. Once I think if a child is being diagnosed, it should be a diagnosis for one or both parents as well. And that's a really huge thing, Kirby, that I think is massively forgotten, especially now. I think the current research is something like 7% of people have ADHD, but that it has an incredibly genetic component to it. This would mean to me that if we're talking about 7% of people have ADHD, then you're talking about the same percentage of parents who are either fully symptomatic and not dealing with it, or who are going to be carriers of this and don't necessarily know. So siblings might have it as well. I mean, how many of you, if you're happy to share, either have a diagnosis yourself and your sibling doesn't, or vice versa, where your sibling has diagnosis and you don't? Because that's surprisingly common as well. Because a lot of time where parents are looking for a reason why a child might be behaving a certain way, they can then down the line say, well, actually, yeah, it's fine because, you know, child 1 has X issue, it's likely child 2 has, but they never actually go and get the diagnosis. They just use it as an excuse almost, or as a explanation for themselves. The same professional at 11 to be told, no, she's just antisocial and ADHD and anxiety, but has nothing done about it? Well, exactly, yeah. I have a diagnosis, but pretty sure my brother is fine, but only half siblings. So there you go. That's where you're talking about the increment genetic component. If you're half siblings, and it's likely that because one parent will have had it and one parent won't, it might have been recessive, but it could also be dominant. It could also be less severe, more severe. They could also have learned from your behaviors. You know, if someone is diagnosed and you've learned coping mechanisms and the other child has picked up those coping mechanisms along the way, they might self-manage their ADHD in a way that means it's not going to be as visible. This is true of autism and other things, but to a lesser extent, because ADHD, while autism also has masking, ADHD doesn't quite target and have issues in some of the emotional areas that would be more visible. A really common one, autistic, like they're called autistic meltdowns when I was in school. But when somebody gets overstimulated and you see things like the behaviors of like the hand flaps, the locking down without sound, becoming non-verbal when stressed, lots of very commonly seen autistic kind of tendencies that come out when someone is more stressed might only be visible when that person is in a situation where the average doctor won't see them, because when you go and see a doctor, you often kind of sort yourself out mentally beforehand. You often get yourself level. Often you might be better by the time you see them. It's not the exact moment when you raise the issue that you need to get diagnosed. So actually, even then, where you have situations where masking becomes a thing or learned coping mechanisms can also interact, that can further obfuscate the ability to get a diagnosis. And then you have TikTok throwing around the belief that everyone's got ADHD, everyone's got autism, you know, everyone's a hoarder. Fundamentally isn't true. And it stops people from getting the support they actually need because the systems are overwhelmed. You got diagnosed because you stared at a wall for a long time. They thought it was epileptic episodes. No, just hyper-focus on the poor paint job. Oh dear, Mimic. Well, I'm hoping they at least, you know, understood that their paint could be better. Unisys didn't went for diagnosis, but you can see patterns of both of us. You might go nice for some time. It's not cheap. That's the problem. We put a barrier in the way of getting diagnosis and saying hey, try and live a normal life until you have a diagnosis. But you wouldn't ask somebody who was blind to try and live their life as if they were completely able. Why are you asking anyone with another type of disability? Dyslexia, you wouldn't ask somebody to just read until you get a diagnosis. Just pay for a diagnosis. Where's the line? Where should you start treating people with empathy and respect before they have the diagnosis? Well, exactly. But that's the answer that gets given sometimes. Just open your eyes. It's not that simple. Blue Superman, thank you for the 10 gift subs. You're an absolute boss, dude. To Mplate, to Mobink, ABP, Igor, to Cleed, to Patik, to GeForce, to Ryuzen, to Wedget, and to Concita. Thank you so much, Blue Superman. You are a legend. Now, the ads are about to start. I need to go and get myself A, a Strepsil because my voice is going, and B, I need to go to Lou and check on Spare Human and Bailey. I will be right back after the ads. I will pause. You won't miss anything. Please do get yourself a drink of water. Take your meds if you need them. Put your laundry on. Take the laundry out of the dryer. Put it on a spin if you left it there yesterday. I know what some of you are like. Get yourself a drink. Make sure that you've had some food. It's important. All of these things are important. Look after yourself. If I'm looking after myself, you have to look after yourself. That's the deal. You signed that agreement when you got here. If you don't remember, I'm sorry. It's because we stole your memories. That's unrelated. But please do look after yourself because it's important. You know, I know that you guys are just kind of chilling out at home or, you know, working and, you know, trying to get on with things, but you do need to look after yourself as well. How dare I call you out in the laundry? I know how it is. Do you know how often I'll put something in the laundry and then the next day I'll be like, oh, I put all that in the laundry yesterday. I need to put it on a rinse and spin, otherwise it will smell. It's so easily done. It's genuinely like, there's no judgment here. Blue Superman, thank you very much, buddy. You are awesome. Whoop. I'll be right back. Ah, this time I beat the adverts. And I came back with a gift for chat. Although it's more for me than chat, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if you're able to see it, though. With a problem. Well, yeah, it's more of a gift for me than it is a gift for chat, but... Oh, you can. Look at this. Is a Bailey whisker. Look at it. Bailey whisker. And I can tell that it fell out naturally because if you rest a cat's whisker on your hand, it will sit level. Can I sit? It will basically balance with about half a centimeter of the whisker on one side of your finger and the full length on the other, because the root of the whisker right at the bottom, you can see this thick part, is so much heavier. That's how you can generally tell if a cat's whisker was severed, like it was caught out, or like cut off, versus it's just fallen out or been pulled out. So his fall out reasonably regularly. He puts them in he leaves them in the same place. So I know that when he's having like a natural kind of clean, he just leaves a couple of them in the same place on the floor. He doesn't stack them up, but they're all kind of in the same kind of 1 foot square. So I know that when he loses one, he seems to leave them somewhere. I don't know why, but yeah. Animal abuse? I mean, sure, if you want to claim that, you can, but like, I think that if he was abused, he would show you. Cats are generally quite good at that. But yeah, if you want to claim that, so be it. I think there's quite a lot of evidence to the contrary, but hey, sure. That's 10 million pounds. 10 million British pounds, indeed. I wonder if I should like charity auction off a Bailey whisker, encased in perspex or something. Just get it like kind of preserved in perspex. You kept the drop whiskers of our cat in a glass vial, so I keep one of them on the teleprompter, and I've got one of them now next to my computer on top of my mic arm. Speaking of mic arm, let's have my strap still. Dropped whiskers are very special. They are. They're his. I know, they're his essence. That would be nuts. I think it would be fun. I might. So in summer, as many of you know, we've just done our Humane World for Animals animal cruelty charity. In summer, in June, what I will be doing is a fundraiser for the. Actually, I'll show you guys because I don't think I've showed you guys this this place before. Oh no, I definitely have because it's I've definitely shown you this before. Let me log into this so I can actually show you this. One second. Let me just do this. Helpful when I actually know my own login for these things. Oh, that's not the password. That's why. It's not the password that's the problem, it's my username that's the problem. It's not the same as everything else. Here we go. Hello, Load Cake. How are you, buddy? Good to see you. So, as some of you know, as one of our goals for the are you just not targeting these? Okay, I'll grab that. One of the goals for my birthday subathon, we had a goal to do. We had a goal to that if we reached it, I would do a charity fundraiser. One of the ones in summer, the very first goal, I think it was like 50 points. It was as an example of the goals. Hello, Bailey. Was to do a fundraiser for this place, the Otter and Butterfly Sanctuary in Dartmoor. So in Devon, there is an Otter and Butterfly Sanctuary in a place called Buckfastleigh. They do regular otter feeding there. It is basically an otter and butterfly sanctuary, and it's basically focused on conservation. So, in terms of the otters, I mean, I've been coming here for probably 10 plus years. Hi, Bailey. Yeah, I know it's the kitchen. They have a number of different otters who are here. They will do regular feeding. They will talk about their welfare. They talk about why they can't be introduced. Otters are native to the UK, but they are very, very much... Hi, do you care about otters too? He does. They are very much endangered. Their biggest risk is things like cars, etc. But not now. This is their Instagram feed. They do things like this. The good and naughty otters of the year. All of these things are kind of good fun. So, you know, naughty otters of the week are Pippin and Mabel for chasing the seagull that having a rust on top of their house. Oh, you can't really see. Hang on. Let me move the cat cam. Whoop. There we go. So you've got, you know, naughty otter of the week is for chasing the seagull. You know, and you've got you got cute otters. This is the place that I want to do some fundraising for because it's a place that I've always visited when I've been traveling down to Devon. It's a place that I will always go, and it makes me feel happy to see all the otters. I mean, just look at them, and you can just go along for feeding time. You can go and see them. They are adorable. And it's actually really important to, recognize that these are some of the the native animals to the UK that we don't have very many left of because we're shitty people. Good Otter of the Week, Seren, for making the funniest faces. Naughty Otter of the Week, Halloumi, trying to steal her dad's snack. Just fun things. And a lot of what they do is just basically talking to people, doing conservation work, protecting them. Like they take in otters that are found that are injured, they will nurse them back to health and then release them into the wild. One of the things that I will probably do is I'll pay for this personally. I will ask them if I can record it and then provide it to you guys, or live stream it directly so that Vicky and I can go along and kind of like hand feed them, hear a bit about conservation, and talk a bit more about kind of what we can do as people in the UK to, protect otters. Also just a fundraise for them. Even if I can only raise like $1,000, for me, I think it's really worth it. And like, I've been coming to the Dartmoor Otter and Butterfly Sanctuary for a very, very long time. Is there an About Us? How long have they been doing this for? I kind of want to know how long it's been going for. We can learn about otter conservation. This is one of the things I would like to basically have a talk about so that you guys can actually learn about it. Like, I just think it would be... This is the place that I want to do this for. I've also shared some of the butterfly photos as well. So when we go back in summer, it should be butterfly hatching time. So if I can go along with a couple of friends who've got some great cameras, I should hopefully be able to get some really good butterfly shots. The hawk's eye moths that I know that a lot of you are very interested in. There are a bunch of them here. Do I have those images to show you? Let's see, because I went there a couple of weeks ago with Vicky to give her a bit of a day off. She was having a bit of a hard time. Excuse me. Let me show you guys this. Here we go. This is a moth. That's a banana that it's on. To give you an idea, you can really see the how realistic that owl, like the owl-like eye is. That's very, very cool. And these are just kind of flying around there. Banana for scale, exactly. Like, it is... I know a number of people who aren't very okay with moths and butterflies, etc. Are quite close to moths. But it's incredibly cool there. Incredibly cool. And it's also like... There are iridescent golden butterflies. When their pupa are there hanging on the tree, they are golden. They look like an actual gold nugget just hanging from a branch. It's incredibly cool. The iridescence and the beauty inside of moths and butterflies is insane. And there's almost no need for it, like a lot of them can't even see those colors. They can't even... A lot of creatures will never recognize how awesome they are. It's only because our eyes are the way they are that we can even see that. Like, there's plenty of colors that humans probably can't see in that regard. It's fascinating what's out there. So this is the kind of place that I want to do a little bit of fundraising for, because even £1,000 that we could raise would be absolutely huge for them. Even if it saves one otter's life. I've always loved otters. I think they're a great creature. I personally am water, as we all know. Between cat, dog, water, or bug, I am very much water. Otters are also water, but they're also sometimes dog. You'd love to go there again, Pizza to fly halfway around the world to see the otter? I mean, yeah, exactly. But there are plenty of, and this is what I'd be clear about, there will be otter sanctuaries, there'll be places for wildlife near you. Do what you can for them. Well, that colour makes it harder for predators to see. Awesome. Cool. Glowing, almost like glowing in the dark kind of green. It's just incredible. Like, nature is really cool, and it's so easy, I think, to forget about some of that. There is no way that in real life, if I was out and about, in the woods, for example, I probably would never even notice one of those butterflies on a branch somewhere. I would just never see it. I just wouldn't... You wouldn't expect to see it, and therefore you wouldn't necessarily be looking out for it. Gamers never look up as well. So, that's a whole thing. So, can I reach that far? Can. Gamers never look up, so we never see them anyway. So being able to go to the somewhere like that, and actually see them kind of there, looked after in the right environment for them. No predators there, and they just fly around. You can just be in there with them in their natural environment. It's really cool. And you go outside, you get to see some otters being fed, learn about otter conservation. It's a great couple of hours. It's really, really cool. And like for me, it was always on the route down to Cornwall from where I was coming from. So for those of you who don't know, you'd leave London, and then you'd drive down the M3, then the A303, then you get to Exeter to the M5, and then I think it's the A3. Yeah, the A379, that's the one. That goes between Exeter and Plymouth before you get into Cornwall. Like, it's just along that road. Ooh, fill up. I thought predators associate the colours with poison. Ah, yes. Yeah, humans definitely associate bright colours with poison and not with delicious foodstuffs. Humans haven't started to eat just all of the dangerous things. I'll be honest with you, I'm frequently surprised that the Australians don't eat blue-ringed octopuses, because, like, ooh, blue and rings, it could be delicious. Just because it's blue, and it's kind of a cool colour, they're like, ooh. That being said, Australians have learned that their natural environment is kind of dangerous. It's probably more the British or American tourists that are the problem. You're right. I'm sorry, Australia, I'll take it back. No, it's one of the things I really want to do. In June, we'll be doing the fun. So this month is obviously my PP program goal. If we can hit that, then I'll have a huge amount of painting streams to do over summer, which we'll be really looking forward to doing. Those will be over on Kick when we're doing Warhammer painting, because I'll be real with you, Kick doesn't penalize me in terms of view accounts if we're doing slightly like non-gaming stuff. Twitch is I can only really do gaming on Twitch without hitting the viewer number so hard that it becomes a problem. Whereas if I'm over on Kick doing that, it doesn't really matter. So the Warhammer painting streams will be on Kick, and then the VODs will go to YouTube. But we'll be doing that. We'll be doing that across this month. After today, this is the last of my sponsored segments for this. So again, thank you very much to Albion Online for the sponsorship. It's been absolutely huge. It meant that I can, go to TwitchCon this year, which would be really nice to do. See some friends, etc. But that's basically the plan. Them living there eventually means they might become immune. There is that, yeah. Oh, far. But yeah, I do appreciate you guys for supporting me to support the Otter Sanctuary, really, because I just think it would be really nice to do. And I've got some great videos and stuff that I could show that from when I last went, but I think if we went for one of those experiences and I could either live stream it out or share the video VOD for you guys, I think it would be absolutely huge. Any plans for MCM Comic-Con a week before TwitchCon? No, I won't be going to that, purely because if I go to MCM MCM Comic-Con, I will get the con flu, and I won't be well enough for TwitchCon, Silifrim. You can't go to 2 cons in 2 weekends. You will be the plague carrier at that point. You don't want to be the plague carrier. Luke, that's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I know a number of you are doing that today, so thank you very much. You guys are awesome. Just co-watching over. I mean, over on Kick, we're at 53 viewers, so you guys are absolutely insane. Thank you so much for that love and that support, because, good to diversify, and Kick actually, pays you depending on how many people you have watching you, whereas Twitch is awful. To give you an idea, from the stream of the day where I did, I think it was... Let's have a look. I can look at the data for you. Ads is what it comes down to, because ads is like the passive income generation on Twitch, right? That's where Twitch pays you. It doesn't run ads yet. They are planning on doing that later this year. We'll see how that lands. But as an example, last stream that we did was Friday. We made $5.51 in ads to an average viewer of... Averages of 244 for Friday. Whereas on Kick, the average viewer count was... Have a look. 25, and it made $6.88. So more on Kick to basically 10 times fewer 10% of the viewer count. Like, I'm going to be really honest with you. Oh. I have 2 reasons why I go to MCM, not this year's TwitchCon. One, I was on last year and we met, and I'll be 50 on the... Oh, fair enough. Yeah, so you got a 50th birthday for that one. It makes sense, Scylla. The reason that I'm going to TwitchCon is ultimately because I've got a few friends who are going, who will either be their first time in Europe, or it's their last time going to a TwitchCon, or because it's the last time in this is the last time I think we're going to be in Rotterdam, apparently. And so I'm interested in knowing where we are and what we're doing next. But a lot of people have lost faith in TwitchCon and in Twitch. I can't say I disagree. I think that Twitch is in a pretty bad state right now. I think that the confidence of creating the platform is at an all-time low. So yeah, it may be very well my last TwitchCon as well. Going to San Diego costs significantly more than going to EU for me. I don't know if I can guarantee San Diego like I can EU. So we'll have to see on that one. But yeah, this could be my very last TwitchCon for a while. Big really going, let's lost leader thing. Well, that's the main thing, Quartermaster Flynn, is that think about how if anything is going to compete with Discord, anything is going to compete with Twitch, they're going to have to be a lost leader to start with, and they're going to have to bring money in over time, because you need to. Twitch's problem is that it's been stagnant for so long that it's not really even a usable platform a lot of the time. Like, Twitch is just not great. It just does everything it does, and it just doesn't change much. Kick is actually improving things. They've got their reporting and their UI, like their UI on the partner end is actually really good. Their partner onboarding really good. The 95/5 split on partnerships currently absolutely amazing. Those subscriptions, if you do a subscription over on Twitch, you pay what, $6? By default, the streamer sees $3. On the 70/30 split, the streamer will see $4.50, just under $4 something. By default, from the $5 subscription on Kick, I think that I see, yeah, you pay $5, I get $4.74, and Kick gets 25 cents and the 25 and 1 cent for processing fees. Like, that's how that goes. That's the breakdown. That breakdown by default is so different from Twitch, who takes 50% to take from somebody is huge. YouTube doesn't do that. Patreon doesn't do that. Kick doesn't do that. I don't know how Twitch justifies the 50-50 split. How's the weather in the UK? It's about 20 degrees Celsius. It's just nice kind of spring, summer vibes here. It's very nice, yeah. Is the exclamation point song not working? Should be working. There we go. Yeah. Might be me being slow. We will be arranging the watch through of this film, the film from which this song is from, very, very soon. If you haven't seen K-pop Demon Hunters and you want to watch it with us in Discord, you all will be free to do so. We will be doing that soon. Very much looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun. We might do the sing-along version. I haven't decided. Fine, I can rewatch it for the 700th time. Well, I'm hoping that you enjoy watching it for the 700th time then. Sylvan track here for 4 to 8 people. Jeez. The fact there's no enemies around makes me very suspicious. Oh, there are some enemies around. Good. Oh wait, I'm very overladen. This is probably not great timing. Ooh, geez, that was bad. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. Probably not do that. You actually cancel your Netflix sub, whereas you're not watching anything there probably a year at least. I've started doing a thing where I will cycle through the subscription for Netflix, like Disney, you know, like Now TV. I'll do like 2 months of each and just kind of work through, and then cancel it again each month, because it's just becoming so hard to keep track of what's on what platform. Like, how do you know? Like, how do you know what's on which platform? Honestly, like, that's the hard part for me to keep track of these days. Okay, so now we've learned what they fight like. We'll try that again. Oh dear. No, that I should just not do that in this gear. How to check if I want to buy this? Yeah, that's why I'm struggling. Like, show will have like one. Yes, that's it. Like, you go onto Amazon, it'll have like starting on season 5, and you're like, well, where do I go to watch the first 4 seasons? And then I just don't bother watching any more of it because I just can't keep up with what's where. Like, it's just not fun anymore. And this is why people went to piracy in the first place. Convenience. And basically availability becomes the problem. We've just ended up with network TV again. That's what we've got. We've got network TV too. That's what you had before. It was, oh, is this on Sky? Is it on, you know, Preview, blah, blah, blah. Like, at least if there was an app or some kind of service where you could at least see everything that was on X platforms in your area, so you could search it, say, I want to watch, you know, Iron Man, what's it on? I want to watch House, what's it on? And it will tell you. Just at least allow consumers to be aware of what's on there rather than having to have the subscription just to troll through to see what's actually on there. It just becomes a pain. Like, there's a website for that, but half the time they're out of date. That's the problem, Nick. It should I genuinely believe that those services need to be providing an upfront list of what they've got available rather than hiding the list of what's available behind subscription, because you need to be able to see what they've got before they buy. You don't walk into a shop and pay a fee to see what's on the shelves. Ads were the reason streaming services rose, so people could watch without ads. Fast forward to now, streaming services are adding ads, way to promote piracy. It's the same cycle. There'll be a new iteration of it at some point, but yeah, you're seeing piracy numbers rise again. Piracy numbers and requests coming out of the UK are rising. So if you're caught torrenting, for example, you will often get a warning letter in the UK. Same as in many European countries. And the numbers are drastically going up in Europe, apparently. What groups do you plan to do today? It depends on who's around, Spectre. I don't actually know who's around or up for group stuff. If there's group dungeons going on, I'd like to do those. If people want to go, like, do a group yeet into the black zone, then again, so be it. I'm fine with that. But I think my plan was basically to do a bit more gathering. Just mess around a bit, then yeet into like a more dangerous area as a little group of just like people who haven't gone into the PvP area before and mess around. You've started pirating recently, but that's because of Windrose. I think that's about 90% of the internet. I've been absolutely loving Windrose. We'll be doing Windrose tomorrow, so do be here if you want to see more piracy on the high seas. I want a frigate because my British is very strong, and therefore my natural love of the Age of Sail is very much on show when I'm flying the flags inside of Windrose. I think Windrose is in a really good position. I think they've done really well to launch when they did and the way they did. I think it's a really good game. I don't think the game does anything fundamentally new or that interesting, but like, it's not got like any brand new system you've never seen before. but it just does everything that you have seen before really well and ties it together nicely, which makes it nice and convenient, easy, fun. It works surprisingly well. It's not very resource demanding. The issues around read-write speed have now been fixed on the on RAM, not on RAM, sorry, on your SSDs, etc. But that's kind of gone as a risk. Yeah, exactly. With the same title. Yeah, exactly. The only biome left, the only biome 3, so only the biome 3 bosses thing that's left for you. Makes sense. We've only just gotten to biome 3 last stream. But we're having great fun. I do believe that Joy has a small community server that she's playing on stream, if I'm right. But I imagine that she's kind of doing the same thing that we are. And again, thanks to Nitrado, we've got, you know, a couple of free servers for that. Nitrado have been a real help for both June and for Windrose, and we will continue to do more with them because I know that there are a large number of community games that you guys want to take part in and enjoy. We will do that. I'm having a conversation with somebody about whether we want to run a community Hightail server at some point quite soon, likely after summer, but I want to kind of take some time for that and see how that goes. So they focused for that one, I guess. I think it'd be fun just to have a group where we can all go on and check out Hightail again together in a few months' time when it's had a few more updates. We checked it out at the beginning of the year and it was looking very promising, but I'd love to see where it is, you know, 6 months down the line. But if you've got anything but use your Nitrado link for our Windrose server, I very much appreciate it, CS King Babar. It depends on the servers. Some servers I do get like a 30% affiliate credit thing, so I can use it to keep the community servers up. So I've never taken any money out of Nitrado, for example, but I've used it to keep things like the Enshrouded server running just because I can, which I really like being able to do. So I like being able to do that. That's nice, and that's ultimately I think over the last year we've accumulated about $200. So it's not a huge amount, but that is used to basically keep up the Enshrouded server that I've got running. No, funnily enough, Nez, I also think that's been shut down. As far as I understand it, that's not been up and running for a long time. It's not available on Hightail. Like he's doing Minecraft only, and I don't want to be involved. I resigned. I'm gone. I'm free. So no. Yeah. As far as I understand, that's now back over to Block Game in Minecraft now. I only know that because I saw a ping this morning on my phone saying Block Gamer, it's about Minecraft, so it's not about Hightail. I'm still in my notice period. Wig Diddley, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Absolute legend. I saw them arrive in chat before I saw the sound, or heard the sound. But definitely before I saw the sound. I don't see sounds. Just dead people. Also, we can use this as an example now. Hemp, 104 per piece at tier 4. Iron, 113 a piece at tier 4. Stone, 31. You see sounds, it's wild. That's synesthesia. That's it, Buster. Is that what the fundamental diagnosis would be? One of my weirder medication interactions meant that when people talked, I heard the color of their voice, but it wasn't all sounds, it was just people's voices. That's a real thing, that's wild. Yeah, synesthesia is a thing. You can see sound as color, it's basically a sensory mix-up. You get like all kinds of sensory interactions. You can taste color, things like that. Yeah, I mean, tasting color is a known thing, but yeah, synesthesia has a bunch of different ways it can manifest, and one of them is seeing sounds. I don't know if we've got any synesthesia sufferers in chat who are willing to talk about things. Thank you very, very much, Wig. You are a legend. My brain runs out of breath. till there's nothing left. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a sing-along. Not me, but my older sister has it. It's really cool. I'm taking the family out for the day now, so I'll leave the stream lurking. Thank you very much, Classic Buster. Enjoy your bank holiday, buddy. Take it easy. You have it's a strange mixture of sound and texture. What do you mean it's a strange mixture of sound and texture? Are you seeing texture? Hearing texture? How do you... What? No EDM, but she's driving. That could affect her driving? Yeah, that's I know that music and sound while driving is a big thing for synesthesia. It was the thing that I was asked. I wasn't driving at the time, luckily, because they don't let you drive on morphine, OxyContin, and Tramadol sometimes. Like, how weird, right? How dare they stop me from driving on painkillers that are so strong that I can't even use my legs? Can't believe it. When I was graduating college, I didn't sleep for days trying to get ready for the art theater show. The opening for it, I swear to you, I could taste everything I touched. Like the balloons we had decorating the place, I could taste them. Hurricane Chapman, I would believe that. Sleep deprivation does wild things to the brain. So there was an issue last year where, for one reason or another, because of a bunch of guild drama and actual pirates, I was awake for just shy of 2.5 days. By the end of it, I was definitely hallucinating. There were like light flashes on the walls and stuff. I could see movement that wasn't there in the corners of my eyes and stuff. I was hearing sounds that weren't there. So I very much believe that, yeah, lack of sleep can fundamentally give you physical symptoms like that. You know, being able to taste everything you touch is wild. But yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah, sleep deprivation. Don't fuck with sleep deprivation. Don't do it. It's at that point, I've never gone. I've not since done more than 48 hours without sleep, and I will never do so. I will not. I refuse to. It's just not healthy. It's just bad. It's really bad. You had a car stereo that was so loud it made you see blurry and feel like vomiting. It wasn't useful at all. That just sounds like basically an overstimulation overload so that your body just can't deal with the amount of incoming stimulus. That's way too loud. Oh my god. I'm surprised just because that wasn't limited by sound laws, because there's a decibel limits to all kinds of things. For those of you who don't know how decibels work, 10 decibels and 20 decibels are very, very different. 20 decibels is not double 10 decibels. It's 10 times 10 decibels, if I recall correctly. Do you realize that you can tell what texture something is by looking at it, like what it would feel like if you licked it? Only if you've touched that thing before, normally. And that's because our fingertips are really, really cool. So, I would give you guys a really good example of find something like a pen. And, just hold it in one hand, and then just grab it in another hand, just so much that you're just about balancing it. That calculation that your brain is doing to do this, to work out how tightly to hold something, is fascinating. Your brain is reading a bunch of very, very, very sensitive transmitters in the fingertips, telling you exactly how much micro slippage of the surface that you're touching is going through in order to have enough, in order to know how much grip it needs to exert to hold that item. That's not even something that you think about because our brains do it automatically, but it is incredibly cool. Same with holding a glass of water. Same with picking. Yeah, exactly. When a waiter passes you a hot plate, your body balances heat protection with the requirement to grip, how much grip is needed, what to grip where, how the weight distribution is in your hand. Incredibly cool. Our brains are really fascinating meat computers. The double of 10 is 10 decibels is 11 decibels. Well, there you go. So yeah, exactly. So decibels are, and sound is a huge thing. 5,000 watts of audio power. Oh my god. Oh my god, why? Why did you need... Why? Hello, Chicago Strong. May the 4th be with you as well, buddy. Good to see you, my man. Happy Star Wars Day. But I use this as a great example to people of what our brains are actually capable of. Your brain is capable of picking up something, you know, that is an unknown weight to it. Oh, thank you very much, Spectre. I will update that. Your brain is capable of picking up something of an unknown weight and working it out in the moment so that it doesn't drop it live. And yeah, sometimes it fucks it up, but like, you don't have to think about how many newtons of force, for example, to grip it. You just do. It's just really cool. Human brains are also shit in that they can get confused and, you know, do things like, you know, attack themselves and stuff. You know, that's great. That's a whole thing. But anyone who says that our brains aren't cool, I can't agree. Like, there's so much cool stuff about how our brains work, man. Right, that's done. Perfect. Thank you, Jake. Oh, let's get my stream chat up. Our brains are proof of evolution, just RNG and seeing what works and what doesn't. I think that's a really interesting way of looking at it. I don't think that we have enough of an understanding of our own brains as humans to really be able to cast a huge amount of judgment on how we've evolved. I'm going to be really honest with you. Like, the fact that we don't really know quite how anesthetic works, it just does. We don't quite know how every element of our brain functions. We just kind of guess, and it just kind of does. We just know that certain bits do certain things. We don't know why. We don't know about this chemical development at an early stage. And it's very, very hard to actually kind of like get kind of good research on brains ethically. The whole thing. But I think that one of the areas of developing science that I'm really looking forward to seeing is the work around brains. A lot of Alzheimer and dementia studies at the moment are really fascinating on the things that we're learning about how the brain chemically works, but also on an electrical level functions. Because just theoretically, as with a hard drive, you should be able to access a physical part of your brain that contains a memory. We just don't really know how all of that works specifically. And like why dreaming and sleeping does the things it does for saving things in memory, why our brains save certain things the way they do. I'm really looking forward to seeing the development of understanding of our own minds and our own brains. A lot of the research into psilocybin in New Zealand has been fascinating for looking at the effect of various chemicals, not just psilocybin, but also other chemicals on human brains, including like human growth hormone that you get exposed to when you're being born, and the things that it does in the areas of the brain that start lighting up when exposed to certain, not even just like kind of chemicals, but even foodstuffs that contain certain vitamins or salts. Awesome. Absolutely amazing. You find the idea that people don't have a mind's eye is crazy? What, you mean like an internal voice? Or the you mean the ability to actually like imagine something visually? The memories are contained in our epigenetics. I think you'll find that the memories are clearly contained in the mitochondria, the powerhouse of the cell. I remember, you know, GCSE biology. I didn't do GCSE biology, so I definitely don't remember it. Chemistry and physics. The memories are contained in the balls. Oxbow Lakes? Sure. Yeah, all of you guys are right. Yeah, you remember Oxbow Lakes? Sure. My geography teacher, for example, didn't really give a fuck about any geography apart from how many people died in like earthquakes and volcanoes and floods. My GCSE geography teacher fucking loved human death toll. And now I think back to it, that was slightly concerning. Like, she always hated teaching things like sedimentary, like, you know, rocks, tables, etc. But she absolutely fucking loved where there was a death toll. Human geography was her favorite thing. There's currently study looking at psilocybin with FND. I'm not sure if it's concluded, but that'd be interesting. And I mean, Nick, if that study is out there, I'd love to have a read of that. I think that what's going on in the world of mental and nerve research is incredibly important right now. And I'm very, very interested personally. The genes determine how many arms, ribs, etc. you develop by chemical timings. I mean, I'd be fine with being Machamp. That'd be cool. Yeah, the ads are about to start. I need to go and decompress my spine from hanging from a bar from a door for a while. So I will be right back. I'll be gone for about 3 minutes. I'm also going to check on Spare Human and Top Bailey's food up. So please do bear with me. I thank you very much for the patience. Did you ever teach about the ratio of earthquakes that happen in general to earthquakes with a human death toll? Because that ratio is absolutely wildly skewed. What I mean, the ones that we just don't have any kind of effect, the ones that don't have an effect on us, there's loads that just happen under the sea every day, etc., that we just don't have any problem with. Yeah, only slightly concerning. You still build cities and games around the concentric model from GCSE? Amazing. It's just a very simple, effective model. Last you saw, they were looking for people to conduct the experiment with. That was a little while ago. I don't have FND, so otherwise I would probably... I'd apply. Experiment on me. For science. I'm fine with being experimented on. I'm fine with that. So many quakes all the time. It's just the Earth having a bit of a boogie char on. It's fine. I'll be right back. Whoop. Go self-care. You should do it. Go and self-care yourself, chat. Welcome back, everyone. How are you doing? Yeah, hydrate using water. Yeah, exactly. Water from the toilet. Yeah, well, I mean, if your water in your toilet is clean enough for you to hydrate from, I'm very impressed. Personally, I probably wouldn't do that, but if that's your choice, so be it. If it's a life and death situation, again, maybe, but normally people's toilets use drinking water. Not every country's drinking water is safe. So just remember that. Don't go to a foreign country and drink from the toilet, chap. That's what I'm telling you. Or if you are going to do that, make sure that you are checking whether the water's safe first. That's what I would advise. I know, don't worry. I know, Emma, don't worry. Fine. Fine. Well, I'm just memeing. Just memeing, so no one in chat thinks that drinking from the toilet is okay. It's the kind of thing that, you know, The kind of thing I imagine Zoltralord would do after a 10-day Red Bull binge. Which is, as you know, something we should try and avoid. I need to watch Idiocracy again. It's been a long time, but every time I watch it now, I get more and more upset because it's getting more and more real. I liked Idiocracy when it was like, aha, this is something that could theoretically happen in the future, and it's really silly. Even in the UK, we have separate taps. We used to have open hot water tanks, so didn't consider hot water safe to drink. Yes, because the hot water tank in your hot water cylinder could have been standing for an awfully long amount of time. Like, it's not necessarily... It could have been hot for days and not been used, theoretically, so it actually could... Yeah. Okay, I'm just working out what you meant there, Peter, yeah. Some people now have taps that will boil directly. Some people will now have boilers that actually have a specific hot water line, so that your separate hot water is boiled as you need it. But yes. I do know a few people who have not necessarily realized that the UK has remarkably safe drinking water. And they've gone overseas and not thought, oh yeah, I can't drink from the taps here. Done it in the middle of the night and then been very, 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 very unwell. Tap water in certain countries, not safe to drink. Be very careful about the country you're visiting and whether it is safe or not to drink the tap water there. Even then, the country that you're visiting, it could depend on the area that the tap water is in. So also be careful depending on the area that you're in within that country. For example, don't go to Flint, Michigan and drink the groundwater. That would still be my advice. I still don't feel like that's safe. Last I heard, it was like 4 years on for the original issue, and the problem was still there. So I probably wouldn't do that. Good morning, Kairuke. How are you, buddy? It is great to see you. Good morning from ESC. Well, good afternoon from Great Mega Time. Are there people that wanted to go there? Maybe. Who knows? Many hotels I've been to will go to great lengths to tell you how they filter tap water so safe to drink. Even then, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I'm just not worth. It's safe to drink the water where I live, but I still wouldn't because it tastes like arse. You filter everything. Well, that's the other thing. Is like, depending on what they put in the water, and depending on the water that you grew up with, could make a difference. So, for example, sorry, Emil, we have a no politics rule here, so I'm going to delete that message for the politics inclusion. But I do know, I do get your point. Yeah. The other thing you have to be careful of in a foreign country is sometimes the fact that if you're buying. No, you're completely fine. You're completely fine. You're reasonably new here, Emil. You've only just followed. I'm not going to penalise you, my man. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know so you don't catch yourself out again. Really? You're new here. It's fine. Don't worry. I have another friend who went to Egypt. Egypt, the drinking water in hotels isn't safe, but she bought some tap water that somebody put into a bottle and then basically sold as bottled water. So again, if you're in a foreign country and you're buying bottled water from local sellers, just make sure that the seals are done up properly as well. Because all it takes is one issue, and that can really ruin what could be quite an expensive and quite like a long planned holiday. You just don't want that. You don't want the thing to ruin your trip just to come down to the water that you're drinking. Like, just be careful. Welsh tap water is better than London tap water. Depends in Wales. Like Cardiff tap water, probably not so much as say like some of the lovely valleys up in the north of Wales where you've got properly, you've got properly beautiful kind of like reservoirs, Lead in water systems are still heavily prevalent in the US. Lucky that, yeah, I mean, that's what you have to be aware of in certain areas of the UK as well, is that the lead quality can be higher than it should be. But, exactly, Emil, my basic view here is that while it might come up organically sometimes, I just don't want to bring it up in chat and turn it into a discussion ground for it. Because at the end of the day, the only politics that I will accept here is the government of Kronos when I rise up and take control of Western Eurasia. Are we here all the way to say London? I don't want London. The M20, basically anywhere west of the M25 up to maybe Oxford. Cornwall can go back to Wales. That's fine. Wales, you can have Cornwall back. We can get rid of the bridges. The rivers can become a nice natural barrier. And I'll just form a nice little southern area of the UK part where we can just kind of hang out. That's my plan. The tyranny of Kronos. And the whole tyranny thing will be most of the time you guys can do what you want unless you're being a dick to someone else. In which case, we might send you to the Isle of Wight and just make you live there. I find it semi-funny how we who lives on an island are getting told off not to use more water than we absolutely need, even if we can see the seeds to soak us away. That's not clean drinking water, it's ocean water. Yeah, and desalination isn't actually always the most efficient, but it is a very good way of getting water. You hear that Scotland want their wall back? The problem is that the Scottish have asked the British to pay for it for, you know, a couple of 100 years. This is the problem. This is my how to describe this? My mum's dad's side of my family. He died way before I was born. They are Scottish, and their basic view is that, and their family is quite mixed on the whole independence from England thing. Their basic view is that actually, while independence is all very well and good, it's not that simple of asking for it. Because if you have a plot of land and then your neighbor offers to build a house on it, that becomes a bit complicated. And unfortunately, Britain have put an awful lot of money into Scotland. So Britain's not going to say, yeah, you can go free. Scotland's not going to let Britain take away the investment they've done and, like, you know, dismantle all those buildings and all the oil infrastructure and all the military bases. So there's not really any easy way of solving that. So I get a bollocking about that every time I go north, because I sound like this. Which means that I don't sound like this, I don't really sound like I'm from Scotland. Although I can kind of slip into a bit of Scottish, so it's not really a problem. I can kind of fit in if I need to. But it's not really like I'm talking like I'm from Scotland. They can all kind of tell, because once you're from Scotland, you can tell that this fucking southerner is just using a mixture of different accents. And it kind of blurs together. Sometimes you get a little bit of Irish in there as well, which is a bit of a problem. So sparkling water is a really good way to... Oh, the problem with sparkling water is, why on earth would I drink TV static? Like, I don't know how to describe sparkling water as anything other than having the texture of TV static. Sparkling water tastes like TV static sounds. And I'm really hoping someone else in chat understands how I mean when I say that, because that's the only way I can describe it. You love sparkling water? Why? Why do you want your water to have tiny knives in it? Unleaded crystal Pepsi? Oh my god. Oh. Ow. I don't... It itches inside your teeth? Exactly. Like, TV static is nice when you have a sore throat. Only time it's nice. Cold drinks are fizzy, hot rules are still... No. Cold water, the basic cold drink, Freya, is still. By default, the water that we have in our bodies is still, right? It's not carbonated. You haven't got carbonated blood, and if you do, I want to see it. First of all, I'd like to see a pint of your blood and see how that acts. Go and give blood, and then take a video of the container so that I can see what it's like, because I'd love to know what that looks like. Milk, also natural. Yeah, carbonation, like, what do you mean still drinks are sparkling? Nature disagrees with you. That's my problem here. Some people can't taste the acidic element of the carbonic acid in water. They just get the... wait, what? Wait, Charon, is that why? Carbonate milk? No. Sparkling milk? Oh, no. I have had instantly curdled Baileys before by mixing it with alcohol. Yeah, no. You make your own fizzy lifting drinks because you hate cold drinks when they're still. I didn't realize that some people can't taste the acidic feeling, though. That's quite interesting. I just don't like most sparkling drinks. Most carbonated beverages just suck. There are some water springs that are naturally sparkling. If I could find a naturally sparkling water spring, I'd be very interested, because if it's not got carbonic acid in it, I'm wondering if the taste would be different. Like that if that's what Charon's saying. Thou shalt not carbonate milk. One of my university jobs was a bartender, and the welcome to the crew drink was cinnamon aftershock, Bailey's, red wine on a pint, on a half pint. So basically that sat on top of half a pint. It would instantly curdle the Baileys. It tasted like shit. And if somebody drank that and they really wanted to be part of the team, they were in. No questions asked if you drank it. Oh, yeah, dear God, no, it was awful. We would then go to the bar next door, and it was a vodka bar. They did a scorpion vodka, so there was a scorpion in the bottle, and if you finished the bottle, the last person would get the scorpion and have to eat it. Again, eaten that, very nice. It was basically crunchy vodka at that point, because the scorpion had been in there for so long. But that got rid of the taste of Erdled Baileys, I'll be honest with you. You buy sugar-free drink powder, make it up in 3-litre bottles, and you carbonate the resulting drink? That makes sense. Oh yeah, don't do it. The brand Long Life, no added carbonation. I'll have to try it. Maybe I need to experiment with carbonated beverages. But my girlfriend will also, she will wait for carbonated drinks to go flat before she drinks them. She'll shake them up and leave the lid off for a while, or like poke a hole in the lid and like leave a tissue over or something, so that the carbonation basically leaves the drink so that she can drink it. It's a whole thing. It's acidic due to CO2 to H2CO3. Oh, geez, okay. That's where my chemistry GSC comes back, and I'm like, look at all of those various bits of, all those various hydrocarbons. What's that? H2SO4? I love H2SO4. My favorite acid. I'm fairly sure H2SO4 is hydrogen sulfide? Scorpion vodka doesn't make any sense. You've had scorpion tequila. They have scorpions in the country. It was sulfuric acid. Is that the one? I can never remember. Long time since I did any chemistry, and I didn't actually go into a field that used it. What was the... Oh, what was... There was an old rhyme on the wall of my chemistry classroom. Poor little Johnny. Johnny is no more. For what he thought was H2O was H2SO4. There we go. That's why. That's why you know not to drink it. Poor little Johnny. Johnny cannot see. For what he thought was H2O was H2NO3. Is that a thing? No, not it. Not. Is it rubbing alcohol? Oh God. We are talking more than 15 years ago for me to try and remember this stuff. But these were the rhymes that were on the wall in my chemistry lab, and I'm trying to remember what they were. I know it was poor little Johnny. Johnny's no more. For what he thought was H2O was H2SO4. That was a really common one. There was definitely a Johnny cannot see. What he thought was H2O was it's something like H2SO3 or H2NO3. Let's see. It'll be a chemical that makes you blind. That will be it. I mean, everyone in history has consumed dihydrogen monoxide, has eventually died. Well, I mean, yes, but that's also like saying everyone in history who's breathed oxygen has eventually died. How do we know? Like, oxygen is the problem. Let's be real. That's why everything that you need to eat has antioxidants are so important, because oxygen is the problem. That's why yet is the eventually died. Although, isn't it theorized that, isn't it theorized that the person, like the first person to be functionally immortal is already alive? So it has. So it's basically it's always going to be a Johnny was a chemist. It's going to be in a 6686 pattern. H2SO3 is sulfur dioxide in water. I'm thinking it's H2SO4. I don't think it'd be H2SO3. I might genuinely have to go back to my old school and like be like, hey, I need to find out if this chemistry teacher is still alive. I'd be surprised if he was. He was about 900 years old when he taught me. But like, if he was still there, it's probably because he's found this Philosopher's Stone. That's what I'm just guessing. Oxidation of the body is deadly. I mean, yeah, I guess so. That's half of my problem. Maybe if I just didn't breathe, wouldn't that be better? The inside of my body, therefore, wouldn't get sick or old. See what I mean? You seeing the plan here, everyone? Is that what we're doing? Where are we on the map? Okay. We're at, oh wait, we are, oh no, we're at 86% of my oxes, sorry, Mike oxes, Mike the oxes carry weight. So you can see up here, over all of us, we're at 1000% carry weight. We're at 86% of our ox. We've actually done quite well on our gathering so far today. You get blind from methanol, CH3OH. Yeah, see, it's going to end in a 3. Because I know full well it was poor little Johnny cannot see for what he thought was H2O was. Something. Yeah, 3 is the only one that works. What was the other one? Poor little Johnny. Johnny's gone to hell for what he thought was H2O was actually HCl. HCl hydrochloric acid. If so, that was also one of the rhymes. H23, see, it's not gonna fit with the rhyme. That's the problem. It's gonna be a 5-syllable, like H2SO3, for example. It's 5. It has 5 elements to it. That's the one for that rhyme. Hey, the one for HCl fits in the pattern. Hello, Jinxed Ellie. All I know is bleach has HCl for acidity, vinegar has NH3 for turning it basic. When you get the 2, you get NH4 plus chlorine gas, which is an early paint grade. Yeah, I mean, be careful mixing bleach with anything. You don't want to mix. Chlorine gas is just really bad all around. H2O3 is useful for the ozone. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's also, the rhyme is about making them blind. I'm sure I can find it. It's probably written in one of my old GCSE books. I just need to dig those out. Because again, I haven't thrown those away. To go back to the conversation about, you know, hoarding or keeping things, keeping it like sentimental things isn't fundamentally a problem. Like, it's not. Hello, Jinx Ellie. I think I said hello, but how are you doing? It's great to see you. Hello to everyone over on Kick. Hope you are doing great. 53 viewers on Kick is huge. You guys are kicking ass. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the follows there. I should probably refresh and see it. 40 followers over on Kick. You guys are insane. Thank you all so much. That, again, as a reminder, Kick will be where I'm doing all of my Warhammer painting streams that will be starting up after we do, after this sponsorship for Albion is basically finished. It's been the main thing on my mind. That, getting my car windscreen fixed, which is currently in for repairs. It's a whole thing. I'm waiting for a phone call for when it will be ready, so I can send Spare Human to go and in-carify, or I can, if it's late enough that I'm done with stream, I can go and grab it. You like a water bottle company named H2O4U. Wow. The chemical formula for uranium dioxide peroxide. Wait, how does that work? Or uranyl peroxide. Okay, uranyl peroxide. That makes more sense. And they call themselves H2O4U. Finnish natural water bottling and OEM partner. I mean, sure. Why not name yourself uranyl peroxide? Like, wild. I like that today's been very highbrow. We've been talking about things like neurodivergency and chemistry, and sometimes we talk about stupid shit. You have most of her books, at least the ones that she wrote. So when Todd took over, no, he's a great writer. Wasn't saying. Sorry, Freya. What are we talking about? Another writer taking over someone else. You were asking about the wares of Pern, the Dragon Knight books. Dragon Knight books. Now I'm reminded of electrical engineering classes. PVC piping used in class came with a warning when using heat to correct bends. Heat too much and you get deadly gases like hydrogen chloride. Yeah, heat and plastic are not a great combination of any kind, but certain types of plastic are real bad. Anne McCaffrey. Geez, I think I read these a long time ago. I remember Dragonflight, Dragon Quest. Did I read The White Dragon? Yes. Red Dragon Song. I think I read the first trilogy. Interesting. Interesting. I need to... The number of books that I've read that have blurred together in my head is insane. I was reading the other day, I was looking through a book like, is that this or is that that? Nah. So much of like fantasy just kind of blended together in my head that it's wild. There is a dungeon here if anyone wants to do it. How did I end up in Pen Kerrig? Wait, what? How did I get here? How did I get here? The end. Did I just wander off? Did I wander through a whole zone? Speaking of plastic, what's my opinion on silicone trays shapes for cooking? Namely microplastic and possible nasty of the food on heat. Me personally okay with it as long as it's way below the heating limit. As far as I understand it, silicon doesn't degrade in heat like that. It's been used for like baking trays and baking dishes for a long time. Is there a problem with microplastic coming for silicon? My understanding was that silicon was reasonably safe at like 180 degrees Celsius. But I'm not an expert. I'll be honest with you, like there's a lot in the news about microplastics and all kinds of. It's very important that you dispose of your plastic correctly. But if microplastics are as widespread as everyone says they are, that they're in water or they're in all of your food and stuff, then it's about reducing the amount that you're putting back into the environment rather than you could obsess over making sure that every single bit of food that you put into your body has none of it in. But what if it's in the water that you're drinking? You can't test every single bottle. You can't. So there's a line of like where it's actually reasonable to worry about or to take steps to protect against this stuff. But like, as far as I understand it, silicon's inert at heat. Like, isn't that the whole fucking point? It doesn't leave microplastics. So I don't know. You heard that the stream was against it? You'll find streamers are against stuff or for stuff most of the time. Like, half the time it's because it's something for them to talk about. They can go viral being like... I hate how common it's become to go viral for being wrong. And if you are confidently wrong about something, you'll get more ad views off of being confidently wrong and people correcting you in the comments. Infuriating. Obviously, the real answer is order everything from Uber Eats and never make your own food on silicon trays. Done. Solved. Next problem. That's not a serious answer, just so everyone knows. Makes me think of the cartoon generator Rex. There was one guy who spent billions not have any nanites getting him, only to find out he already had them. Ooh, okay, Scylla, thank you very much for letting me know. I think that Spare Human's going by tomorrow to check it, because today's a bank holiday. So I don't know how late it will be open, and she's not well, I'm not well, and we're still waiting for this car thing to get solved as well, so it'll likely be tomorrow. Use cast iron for everything. I can't constantly cast iron. I don't have unlimited mana on a Riz, so I can't just constantly cast iron at people. The combination of confidently wrong and incredibly shitty seems to be financially rewarded. I know, isn't that disgusting? Or intentionally wrong to generate income, which is kind of disgusting by itself as well. I'm always clear that if I ever say something that you guys don't think is right or you don't agree with, please have a conversation with me about it, because I don't have all the information. And just because I've read one paper that says something doesn't mean that there aren't other papers that say something different. So if you disagree with me, raise it. I don't care. I'm not going to have a go at you. If I think if it's going to get us too off topic, then I'll say that we should discuss it off stream or in DM or something. But like, I have no problem having a notional conversation about something, because I recognize that I'm not the fucking be all and end all on some of these things. Oh, next, not even once. 92%. We're very nearly fully loaded on our stuff. We'll probably start traveling back soon. And with the 3 rather exciting chemicals that I mentioned, the formulas above, formulas alone should raise quite a few red flags. Yeah, I mean, just a couple. But like to a point, if you say the Earth is round and we disagree, like if you, yeah, but at that point I'll just meme on you on a Riz. Like, that's fine. I'd ask if the aliens told you that, or I would agree that yes, we need to be careful so that we don't topple over the great Atuin as he, you know, he's Atuin and a throw-in through the, you know, the depths of space. And I'll use my Discworld idea that we're on the back of a big disc on the back of 4 elephants riding on the back of a giant turtle that swims through space. He's called the Great Atuin because he's always a Atuin and a throw-in. That's how that works. There was how many, Nudgen? Discord logic is the best. Wait, we're not the turtle? The turtle moves. Exactly. Freya knows what's up. I miss Terry Pratchett. Terry Pratchett was a real godsend to literary strength. The light speed is visible, especially when it slowly forms in the mountains. I like that trolls are silicon-based life forms. Trolls? No. Oh. Is it trolls? Or am I thinking of golems? It's trolls. Yeah, trolls are basically like large mobile rocks inside of Discworld, but because they live in the mountains, which like high up and cold, they're naturally quite smart. When they go down to the lowlands, because it's hotter and they're a silicon-based life form, their processing gets slower and they get dumber. So trolls are known for being really dumb in the city. Whereas there is one episode, not one episode, there's one bit in one of the books where Detritus, I think it is, one of the trolls for the Watch, who is big and dumb. Big, dumb Detritus, what he's known for. He gets locked in a freezer, and he basically, when he is found, there's basically an algorithm or a formula, basically like finding the meaning of life in maths. And it's just like, it's only missing the answer. It just makes me really laugh that like to get into a certain state of coldness, they get more and more and more smart until they can just like shut down. But they are incredibly smart. I just love it. My brain took a bit to catch up. The world turtle, nice. That's fine. The world turtle's a big concept to get your head around. Don't worry. She's I think she, if I recall correctly, the Diamond King. Oh, exactly. Yeah, probably made a diamond. It's just Terry Pratchett made such a great world. the color of magic is... Yeah. The capacity for complete carnage would be my guess? Probably. The windlass and the arquebus. I mean, you just big boom, much damage, I guess, is the Troytech way. Mr. Shine him diamond. Exactly. Then you've got characters like Moist von Lipwig, who is the postmaster and then the head of the bank. And he was a con man. Like, the storylines for Moist von Lipwig are great. Mort and the storylines for Death, both absolutely great, like, people to have around. Like, Little Death in is it Reaper Man as a book? Really good. The way that they do Death as a personified being inside of the Discworld stuff is really cool. Gods as a whole, the idea that if enough people believe in something, it becomes true, which is obviously the Orc way, anthropomorphic personification. So, you know, I think at one point somebody convinces somebody else that they're being haunted by the toilet dragon of doom, and it manifests as true because they convince this person so much. Death speaks in all caps until he's with a greater death, in which case he speaks in lowercase, or the greater death speaks in bigger all caps. I'd love it. Can't destroy without Troy. Also can't destroy without Des. Bro, you need to find a friend called Des, like Desmond. Where was I? I was on a tangent about Discworld. That sounds about right. And the most impressive thing for me, sorry, this is where I was on Terry Pratchett. The most impressive thing for me is that, as far as I remember, the final years of his publications, he was writing with either Alzheimer's or dementia. Basically, he wasn't able to remember the work that he'd done so far. So as far as I would understand it, most days he would have to read through his own work to remember what he had done and written so far, and to really kind of keep cohesive, and then to write more. And like the dedication to, even into his twilight years, to working the way he did to create a world that he loved, that everyone loved, who was involved. Like I said, Terry Pratchett was a great author. You have a friend named D. You need to become Stroy then. You need to find an S. Was it Alzheimer's? I wasn't sure if it was Alzheimer's or dementia. Both can be nasty. Oh, exactly. But yeah, he did a fantastic job, and he wrote, I think, multiple books while struggling with the deepest parts of Alzheimer's. Something that I wouldn't be able to do. I've seen the effect that Alzheimer's and dementia has had on my grandparents, particularly my grandfather, and like, he didn't even know who I was, where he was most days. Like the idea that Terry Pratchett could create such amazing art. That's what it is. Like, works of art, like books and writing is artwork. That's how that works. He was able to do that while in the depths of something that destroys lives, and he you know, he probably didn't feel like himself most days. And it just shows quite how much Terry Pratchett cared about what he did. I'm fairly sure that his children or his inheritance have been quite good with the rights, etc. Since they've not like sold them on or kind of done anything not necessarily negative to his memory, but they've really honored his work, I think, properly. Didn't he also work quite closely with Neil Gaiman? Yeah, they wrote Good Omens together. Yeah, I thought so. That's what I was remembering. I just wanted to make sure before I said it. Why you say something that's D's and destroy? Alternatively, Troytech, that makes you D's Troy. If you are D's friend and you are called Troy, Troytech, you know, you are D's Troy. His daughter Rianne's a great writer too. She works in video games. What's she written, Freya, if you don't mind me asking, if you know that? Like, what kind of video game does she work on? I didn't actually know that his daughter is actually writes video games. That's really cool. That's actually really lovely. To know that like that storytelling, that writing gene or instinct has been passed down the way it has, I think is really touching. I think that that's a lovely thing for them to share as a family. Oh, I'm glad. I am glad. How have I finished both of my drinks again already? Fine. Did I even bring it into this room? One of my backup ones, it's fine. Gamer brain maximizing input. Sounds about right. It might be because I'm just doing too many things during the ad breaks. So I've got to go and do my next round of stretches, the next one. I've got to go and do a couple of pull-ups and then hang for a little while. I didn't manage to do that on the last one. I had to go to the loo instead. Don't make me think of you. And then once we've got this load finished here, so we're at 99% capacity. Once that's 100%, we'll travel back into town. I'll offload all of my items that I've mined into the bank, and we will likely be heading out into one of the black zones to go and risk our luck just out in the middle of nowhere. So if anyone does want to join us, we can do that together as a little group, to get like 3 or 4 people together to yeet ourselves into a black zone. I don't really know what I'll be doing with that, but hey, it could be fun. And if I die, I die, you know. Some of us may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. He was the lead writer on Rise of Tomb Raider. Very cool. Okay, that was quite well done, if I recall correctly. Her latest game is one called Reiko, which is amazing. What's it about, Freya? Very cool. I have a lot of respect for people who are actually making games. Like Jackie Codes is currently writing a game inside of Godot. It's looking really cool. She's working really hard on it. I've got a lot of respect for that. It takes a lot of effort to make a game and to keep going with it. And despite the hardships, to keep kind of focus on the creative side. If you're not enjoying it or you're having problems, like, I think that takes an awful lot of strength. And that's true of any kind of creative thing, whether that's writing, whether that's, you know, poetry, whether it's, you know, artwork of any kind. I think it takes a lot to overcome some of those, like, oh, my art isn't good enough, oh, I don't like this, oh, I don't like that. It takes a lot to overcome some of those things, some of those hold-ups. Youths these days hanging around? Oh no. Raker. Yeah, I'll have a look in the ad break here in a minute and a half. We're 101% overloaded. I should probably head back to town because we're going to be slowing down even further. You can see my cow's already slow. Mike is already overloaded. Poor Mike. I thought some of the line was, some of you may die. Well, yeah, but I was being inclusive, Candy, because I will likely die as well, because I'm dumb. I never said I was good at Albion. I said I was having fun with it, definitely not that I was good with it. My mining's become so fast. For tier 4 and tier 3 stuff, yeah, I would agree. I'm not taking that stuff. That's somebody who died to PvP in town. If I touch that, I'll probably die. Some of you may die. Like I said, that is the saying, yes. You have fingertips but not toe tips, and yet we tiptoe but not tip finger. We also say things on the tip of our tongue, which is also weird, Cindery. For those of you on Kick and YouTube, we don't have ads for you guys, so I still stop the stream overall, so I don't want anyone missing out no matter where you are. I do apologize for that, but you know, I don't think the people who can't afford a sub over on Twitch should have to miss out on the gameplay and stuff. And I appreciate those of you who do sub to support the stream. That's why, you know, we do things like the fun ad screens. That's why I showed the Bailey off as often as we can, just so that you guys get something for it. So I just want you to know that you guys are massively appreciated. The ads will be here in just a moment, and I will be right back after those, where we'll go and do some dumb PvP eating ourselves, probably into the middle of nowhere. Whoop. Be right back. Hello, I'm back. Apologies. You've not read any Terry Pratchett, possibly? I would recommend it. If you aren't sure if you're like Terry Pratchett, you don't want to start with Discworld, there's a great series called the Bromeliad, which is basically set around a race of small people. They are a bit like elves or gnomes in kind of the house gnome or house elf kind of side, in that they move more quickly than humans can see. They basically operate at a different frequency to humans, and their basic goal is to get somewhere. They have been evicted from where they were living, and they want to go and find somewhere new to live. And it's about their experience in surviving humans and all kinds of things. So, yeah. How was the Unscrungling? The Unscrungling was very good. So, I personally would recommend the Bromeliad. It's not in the Discworld series, but if you want to find out what his writing style is like without getting too lost in the Discworld, then that's an option for you. But Discworld by itself is a great series. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, that was the person with my car. Sorry about that. Get my hair all sorted again. You've heard nothing but praise for Discworld, and especially his personification of death. The way that he does death is fantastic. Genuinely very, very impressive. My problem is I may not be able to read paper books like I did when I was younger. My brain just can't do it anymore, but I'm trying to read some books which can't seem to flow anymore. If you can't read paper books, try reading on Kindle. And if you can't read on Kindle with the page flicking, there's a Kindle option where you can just scroll downwards as if you're reading a long PDF. Try both of those. If reading on your phone has become more normal for you, you might find that lets you get back into reading more. And then you can kind of adjust from there. I find now it's a lot easier for me to read on my phone on the Kindle app, just because I can infinitely scroll while reading at a speed that's good for my brain. I don't have to, and if I'm going away somewhere like TwitchCon, I have like a 12-hour flight or 11-hour flight to the US. I can't carry enough books for myself to read through customs. They'll look at me like I'm a crackhead, being like, "Why have you bought a small library?" Right. Read Eras are free, even if you don't want to pay Amazon. That's there too. I mean, it's more that there are plenty of options you can get on your phone that might work. Everyone has Amazon. Having one or two of the free books on there to try out, see if you can read like that, is very, very doable. Why have you bought the entire Silmarillion twice? Well, exactly, yeah. Audiobooks also qualify as reading? Oh, that's a great question. No, they don't. They qualify as consuming literature, but I wouldn't qualify an audiobook as reading. It's listening. Listening to a book. It's consuming the same content, but I wouldn't call it reading. Because reading has a physical element of visual medium. There's no visual medium for the audiobook. So I would personally say, Charon, that no, doesn't count. I would say that's listening to a book rather than reading a book. If someone says I'm reading a book and then it turns out they're listening to an audiobook, doesn't that... You say listening to an audiobook, you don't say reading an audiobook. As an activity. What if you follow along in the book? That's reading along, which is fine. You're reading along with an audiobook. The bottle of speed paint I was using just exploded over my desk. Guess this is my life now. I mean, better that than drinking it, I guess. I feel like Char and I are now going to have a discussion about what counts as reading and what doesn't. Does watching subtitled anime count as reading? Well, that means you're reading along while you watch. Librarian, Trump streamer, that's okay, that's a flawed argument. You're relying on your position to say that my argument is wrong rather than combating the argument myself. Freya, as you know, I don't allow that kind of behavior when we're having conversations, so that is actually a warning. Don't strawman people in my chat. Don't conduct logical fallacies in chat. This is basically always the rule. Technically, reading an audiobook is reading by touch because the sound waves vibrate your eardrum. Would you say I'm reading an audiobook or you say I'm listening to an audiobook? That's my question. I'm not saying audiobooks are bad, wrong, or worse in any way. I'm just saying that it's listening to an audiobook versus reading a book, right? In the same way that listening to music and reading music are different. By definition of the action you're doing. Eating an audiobook, that's different. How you consume... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how you consume words doesn't matter. Audiobooks are great. But I just think it's listening to them rather than reading one. Audiobooks qualify as reading because they were created an accessibility tool to permit those who are blind or dyslexia methods to read and enjoy literature without aid. But the activity is listening to an audiobook. It is still consumption of literature. I guess so, but that's... Suppose the better argument here that you should use is audio descriptive listening along to a film the same as watching a film? Ooh. Because if you're blind and you can't see a film, but you're listening along to it, is that audio descriptive variant watching a film? That, I think that's the equivalent that we're looking at here. That to me seems like a reasonably similar comparison, right? I'm not visually... Luckily, while my spine doesn't work, my eyes do. So I'm not the expert in this field. But I do still think... You know about an accelerator? Shows you one word at a time in the same position, lets you read way faster. I've heard about accelerators, yeah, those are a thing. Okay, the discussion is currently, is listening to an audiobook... Well, sorry, is consuming an audiobook reading or listening? Is watching a film without the audio but with the subs still watching a movie? Well, yes, but that's not the same because you are still using the visual medium. You're watching the subtitles you're watching. We're saying here, does consuming a visual medium in a non-visual, so in an audio sense, still count as reading? It is semantics. But I still don't think that you read an audiobook. I think that it's consumption of literature, but I would still say you listen to it, right? And so if you're listening to a podcast, is that reading as well? Or is that because they're not using a script? Is that... Where does the... Well, the podcast isn't intended to be written medium, so it's different. Never mind. The film example is probably still the main one. If you're listening to the audio descriptive version of a film, that's the equivalent of an audiobook for a book. I think is the one that makes sense for an accessibility feature here. It's listening, but we call all consumption of literature reading. Oh, do we? I love semantics. Dictionary. Oxford English Dictionary. Singular, the act of reading something. Man, English is a complicated language. ASMR bedtime story when? I can't read out loud. I'm just trying to find it. I'm trying to find something suitable that actually works. That's not just, you know, a field of random definitions. The problem with using the Oxford Dictionary definition of stuff is, unfortunately, we use lots of words over the years, so archaic terms become a thing. So we use this basically we're using the definition of read, verb, think or suppose, basically to consider, interpret, or discern. That's not the relevance. I think the main one here, there's a transitive, I mean, look at the definitions we're talking about. You're talking a huge number of them, but to read someone or something like a book, to read and sing, to read and or write. Yeah, see? There's a lot of definitions here. I still don't think it's right to say that you read an audiobook. I still think you listen to an audiobook. I'm not saying that, so Charon, you are assuming something here. I'm never saying to you that listening to an audiobook is less rigorous or doesn't count. I'm saying that fundamentally the difference is listening versus reading, which are different words we use in an English language. I'm not saying that the consumption of literature is any different. I'm not saying that one is worse than the other. I'm just saying if someone said to me, I'm reading an audiobook, I would be real confused. As a function of, you don't listen to a printed book. Well, yeah, you read a book. It's a visual medium. That's what to read is. That's one of the definitions of it. It's just the use of language. That's my point. The whole thing that's all came down to is not anything about whether audiobooks are better or worse or whether it's different or not. And don't read into my statements. As you know, it's the one thing that will annoy me is if you are assuming I'm saying things that I am not saying and then treating me like I've said it. That's not fair. I've never said any of those things to any of you in chat just now. One thing that, as many people know, annoys me. Unless you're reading, well, reading along is a thing. It's actually very, very good for kids. There's a lot of research into kids learning that if you read a book while you're also listening along to like a tape of it, you know what, Honor is, you're right. I did say that audiobooks are evil and the work of the devil, and anyone who listens to them is a demon. That is right. You know what? I'm sorry. I forgot that I said that. My bad. I'm sometimes a cheeky one. Yeah, but I don't target somebody's individual issues. Like if I know that somebody has something that sets them off as a behavior, I won't do it. That's not right. Going through a book in Braille isn't reading. Yes, that is reading. Braille is reading. You just have to see using touch rather than using your eyes. Yes. Do you do islands and farming, Albion? I don't really... island farming, I know that I could get into it. I've not done that yet in ML because it's quite complicated. I've not really had the ability to get it. Maybe I should send a message to Susie Dent. Maybe we need to ask Susie Dent. How about Morse code? It's technically listening, but also reading without seeing. Would you listen to Morse code, or would you, like, if Morse code is being played to you in an audio format, you'd listen to it. If it's written down, you'd read it because it's an alphabet. In the same way that you would listen to someone speak versus read their text. You'd listen to a phone call or a voicemail, but you'd read their message. It's this. I think it comes down to the sense that you're using to interpret it. Maybe. No, because you would read Braille using touch. You don't. Wow, do you feel Braille? No, you wouldn't feel a book. You'd read the book using Braille, so that doesn't work. So it's not down to the sense of touch. But seeing as a light flashing, you'd see the Morse code then, rather than hear it, or so you'd be reading it or passing it. Now, this is where you're getting into the way the English language works. The English language is dumb. It is several languages sat on top of each other, and we have multiple words that mean the same thing, but with slight differences and nuance. For example, to pass, P-A-R-S-E, also exists as a copy over of to read, to understand, to communicate. There are lots of words that mean the same things or overlapping things with other stuff. So we're trying to get to the bottom here of, is read versus listen one of these things, or is this actually like something that is inherent to the activity at play? More than 3 movies. There's about 5 or 6 of them all stacked up together, trying to get into a film. That's what it is. Area am I in? I'm in the area that's southeast of northwest of 4, aren't I? There's the same guy who blinked us in Morse code who's being tortured, yeah? If you think English has odd words, you should try Australian. Australian is just English with extra bits stuck onto it. Like, that's literally the way English works. Australian is just English. So is American. It's all English. We just tack extra bits on, which is the most British thing that you guys could do. Oh, this word works. I'm going to take it, and that's yours now. Yeah, big versus huge versus gigantic versus colossal is a good example of escalating terminology in our language. But there's also things like, you know, giant means something very simple. We think it just means large, but you can also use the word titan. And if you use titan of industry, that means something else. Intellectual titan, intellectual giant means something else. So actually, like, not only is there escalating terms within the same meaning, but you also have those words used for other things. English beats up other languages and goes through their pockets for loose words? Yeah, we do. Hell yeah, we do. That's what English has always done. The language is built in the same way as our museums. What, 5 million exhibits that are underground in storage that we don't use, Tito? Is that what you mean? American is the English before the English started using their new accent? That's also not true. Because think about how many different American accents there are. Back to the drawing board with the comment. Also, which English accent are you talking about? Because again, there's hundreds of them. Go 20 miles in the UK, the accent changes. Apparently, audiobooks activate the reading part of the brain, says Google. That may be very well true, but that doesn't mean that you're reading an audiobook by the definition of what you're doing. If you were asked to describe by the police what you were doing at a given time, you wouldn't necessarily say reading an audiobook. You would say listening to an audiobook, wouldn't you? Because what were you doing? You were listening to... You were, you know, processing the sound of, and then letting in the information of the audiobook. You had an audiobook playing? That's not... So, Tibbs, no, you don't... So when you say that, the police will ask you further questions of what were you doing while that audiobook was playing? Because you've not answered what you're doing. You've answered what was going on while you were doing something. When I read, I hear the sound of my head of the word. When you read, you hear the word in your head. You have a narrator in your head when you read? What? How? Oh, God. I think I need a minute. Jesus, what? Your inner monologue does different impressions. Okay, we need. I think you're right on it. I think we need a poll. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do the other question. Like, when you read, do you hear the voices in your head, or do you? I can't write, are you normal? Because that's not fair, because I'm working out that I might be the problem here. But that's, I don't know how to word that I don't have, that. Yeah, but thing is, no, I think that's a different question, though. I think some people have an inner monologue, but might not say yes or no to this. Look up, anendophagia. Is this? Anendophagia is the term for an absence of an inner voice or internal monologue. I think so, where individuals process thoughts as images, feelings, or abstract concepts rather than silent speech. Research indicates condition affects. Aphantasia is the lack of an ability. Aphantasia is lack of physical imagery in your head. Like if someone gets you to try and like imagine an apple in your hand, you can't form that mental image. You can't like actually picture an apple in your hand. To this day, I don't know if I can do that one. I don't know. Sub-vocalization is what most people do while reading. Never done that. I've always scan read. I've always been told my reading is weird. When I type some messages, you hear me read them out loud after you send them to sit. You can imagine other people's voices. I'm fine. Okay, we'll put up a 3-minute poll for do you have an internal monologue? Because that's I don't have an internal monologue. I don't have a conversation with myself inside my head when I'm doing stuff. When I'm reading, I don't I don't do that. I don't have any internal monologue. I know I don't have that. In general, can you imagine someone else's voice and hear it? Only specific voice bites. No, I'm not hearing that in Morgan Freeman's voice. I'm not even hearing it. I'm not even hearing it in a voice. I don't. I know that I don't have an internal monologue, and that I you know, my partner, like, for example, will hear the like voices of like her family in her head, for example, or like, you know, when she's beating herself up, she'll be talking to herself in her head. I know that I'm not like that. And my view is that it must be simultaneously very, very handy, but also real fucking tiring sometimes. Like, I feel like it can be a good thing, can be a bad thing. Do I not get songs stuck in my head? Yeah, I do, but they're just kind of playing on repeat. They'll just play on repeat, and I'll just be like, I can just completely echo the entire song and all the words. Apparently, I'm the weird one. Okay, I'm the weird one. But okay. When you type, do you read what you're typing as a head voice? No. No. Sometimes I type it out loud to help the people I'm with, or if I'm collaboratively working, I'll read it out loud as I'm typing it, but that's a really weird experience. Do you not replay the conversations in your head over and over? No. We may have someone through this entire discussion. For those of us with internal monologues, reading and listening feel very similar, just with different input devices. Bailey, do you have an internal monologue, my man? Yeah, you do. Is the internal monologue telling you that you're hungry? Are you a Wait, does that mean that you guys listen to yourself while you're reading? Oh, that makes me feel physically unwell. Okay, well, the 90% of you who have internal monologues and the 10% of you who don't, apparently I'm the weird one. I'm going to apologize then, because that's probably why I don't see reading and listening as the same thing. And, maybe I'll go and get some therapy. No. It's not quite my voice, because it sounds different in recordings, but it's similar. Is it the voice of yourself that you hear in your own head, Mango? Though, like, when you're talking, you hear your own... It's like you don't hear your voice the same way that everyone else hears your voice because of the way that your head's density works. When you read, do you hear words? Do you read words? The words exist in a non-existent state. The words are just kind of there. They float in, and then I take the information out of the words, and then the words are gone. I won't remember exactly what you've said, but I'll remember the gist of the messages. But I can extract that information of what you said word for word if I need to. I just need to think differently. And I just realized that answer made me sound like an actual crackhead. I don't even know if that made sense to me. Yeah, am I a crackhead? Is that what it is, B? You know what? Fair. Fair. I probably am. I probably am. Ow, yeah? Baby. You are. You're a lovely baby. Okay. Yeah? Oh. A good boy. Yes, you. Yeah, you're such a big soft cat. Oh, big strength. Okay. Yeah. You're still processing what I said? I don't know. This is why I forget what I say sometimes, because like once I've said it, the brain's like, okay, well, we've moved on from that thought. Next thing, please. Like, people are often like, geez, you worded that really well. Can you do it? Can you say that again, but more slowly? I'm like, no, I can't say that again. I don't know exactly the words I just said out loud. I just really think about it. He's really enjoying it? Yeah, he loves a good belly rub. He's just a big baby boy. When you saw Game of Thrones, you didn't think all the characters sound different to the book? Well, I didn't watch Game of Thrones until maybe 10 years after I'd read all the books. Like, I waited until right before the final season came out to watch it. Yes, I was very disappointed. It was such a... it wasn't a waste of my time. My god, I could have used that time differently. Your inner voice has more bass compared to your actual voice. That's probably more to do with the density of, like, your skull, though, isn't it? And the sound of, like, because bass travels better through the tissue of your skull. You didn't make a head voice for the characters? No, because when I'm reading, I don't have each character voicing out what they're saying. I don't have a voice for any characters. It's why I don't have a problem with listening to audiobooks. Because I don't have a, this character sounds this way in my head. Do I read really fast? Yes. About... what was the number? I can't remember what it was. They tested me for hyperlexia when I was younger. Which I didn't even know was a thing. Do I watch content at more than 1 time speed? Yeah, normally I'll be 2 times speed. You don't hear yourself say the words you're about to say before you say the words. No, you just say the words live in your head. What's the... why? You hate multiple voice audiobooks? Yeah, I just have one voice actor doing all of them. It's just easier. Like Travis Baldry. Oh, Travis Baldry is great voice actor. I don't know if it's a gift. Now I feel like I'm the weird one. I feel like I've stood up in front of class and I suddenly realized that the cool thing that I thought everyone had is like, I'm the weird one. I think that I have a highly moderated inner monologuing. I don't have an inner monologue. I genuinely do not. Ooh. If it's ever like really quiet and I notice it's really quiet, my brain will self-insert music. Meagle's voice actor voiced certain J.R. Tolkien books on Spotify. Andy Serkis is an incredible man. I've been lucky enough to meet him a couple of times and had a couple of conversations with him. And genuinely really awesome dude. I processed internally using no audio. What was that? What was that? Meagle would never hurt the master. Was that the little foot flicks? Yeah? Yeah? Oh. Hi. Yeah? Boy. Boy. You're a sweet boy. Yeah, you are. I live in a nothing box with a radio. Yeah, but have I ever told you about the time when I was in the hospital for my stomach and my phone was on 3% battery? There was no, like, TV on, there was nothing in the room, there was no books, nothing I could read, and how I had an anxiety attack over the idea of my phone running out of battery without any way to charge it. Have I ever told anyone about that one? Because I knew that I was nervous and I was scared in hospital and I didn't have anything to distract my brain with. I don't even have an internal monologue to moderate that. So, like, that one's not nice. And sometimes being a nothing box sucks. Because sometimes you haven't got any words to deal with your own feelings. Nap time. I'm going to be honest with you, was a bison. The kind of pain I was in to end up in hospital, no way I'm sleeping through that. I had a hole that burned in my stomach, and I didn't know that. And I had multi-organ poisoning. Naproxen, not even once. When has anyone ever told you to go and have a word with yourself? You never have? The word is normally cool. Let's move on. I can't say I've been told to have a word with myself at any point in my life, I don't think. I think I've been told to have a long, hard think about things, you know, about my actions. What if you tried saying the word in your head when you read? It's really slow and it feels painful. It genuinely feels painful on a Riz. I've tried it. I can. And if I like get distracted from reading, sometimes I will get myself stuck in manual reading mode. Like I can get stuck in manual reading mode and I can do it. I can read through and I can do voices. Like if I'm reading a book out loud for people, I will self-insert all my own voices. I'll do it all for people. Like, I know. Well, I seem to recognize the existence of the idea of doing it, and it being a way that the brain can do it. I just don't do it for myself when I read. When I read a book for someone else, I read it very differently than if I'm reading it for me. If I'm reading a book out loud, it's almost like I'm reading with a different part of my brain. And now I sound like more of a crackhead, so I'm going to shut up. Are you shouting at me because I'm having a drink? You don't want it. Look, little guy, you're not feeling 100% either. Hey. Your teeth hurting, is that what it is? What is the date? Okay, the vet's coming to visit him quite soon. They can check soon. Yeah, when someone asks you what you're thinking about, do you have nothing in your head? Did you drop all your thoughts? Do you say nothing because you have 100 thoughts in your head? Do you answer the question to look at that horrified look on their face when you say exactly what you're thinking about? Yes. May the 4th, yeah. So, Wednesday is the vets. The vets come and visit on Wednesdays. So they'll check his teeth, they'll get some blood work, they'll check his, you know, they'll check everything. He gets a full check over on Wednesday. I wanted to make sure I would be here. Because otherwise last Wednesday, it would have been Vicky's thing. I say what I'm thinking, if they're brave to ask, they deserve to know. I'll be honest with you, I disagree. I think just because you have the right to ask what I'm thinking of, you don't have the right to the answer. I don't mind explaining why I won't answer that person, but I don't think everyone is entitled to know what I'm thinking at any given time, let alone whether I know if I'm thinking of those things at that given time. That doesn't make any sense either. Bailey doesn't mind the vet word. The problem that Bailey has is going in cars, and because I get a remote vet to come and visit him, he doesn't care. He actually really loves the vets when they come and visit him. The two vets who come as part of this, both of them are kind of like in their mid kind of 30s, 40s, both lovely ladies. And they are like, he absolutely loves them. He'll roll over for them. He'll let them pet him. He'll go up to them and say hello. He likes them. Oh no, if it's somebody who I think can take the info, or like if I know what I'm thinking about, I'll just answer. I don't care. I have no issue with telling people what I'm thinking. It's just that like I get a lot of people coming to chat being like, hey, tell us about you and Thor and any drama and whether you were treated well and whether he paid you, and like, nah, that's the kind of people I'm thinking of when I'm like, you're not entitled to answers about personal stuff. So it's more that recently I've been dealing with fucking idiots DMing me all the time. Lots of drama tubers who would love to get some sound bites. What am I thinking about right now? I'm thinking about the fact that one of my feet kind of hurts. There we go. Yeah, that's my answer is probably somewhat colored by the fact that people have come in recently demanding answers to which they have absolutely no entitlement. So that's probably why my answer is the way it is. Oh, Freya, I know. It's just drama tubers. Tell my foot to stop. I've stretched it now. I'll go and the ads are about to start, so I'll go and do a big stretch now. It's fine. I'm always happy to explain, but like sometimes, like if I'm not going to answer a question, I will always explain why I'm not going to answer the question if I can. That's what I believe. Either you should have a conversation, you should be free to ask people these questions, but ultimately, if someone doesn't want to answer, you should be able to have a conversation about why they don't want to answer, so you can understand that person a bit better. You just want to channel, bring up the drama again. It's just not necessary. Like, I just resigned. That's it. Like, people need to leave off. If I want to make it public, I will. But don't come asking for, like, I want to know what is in private just for my own peace of mind. Fuck off. Like, nah. Ah, you're alright. You're alright. How far I got you? Yeah, but yeah, the ads are about to be here. I'm going to go do my next round of stretches, and I'll be right back. As a result, please get yourself a drink. Please unscrungle yourself. Please make sure that you're looking after yourself, because ultimately, like I say, if I have to, you have to as well. It's selfishly, I need to keep you guys alive so that you guys can keep watching the stream. And you guys want to keep me alive like some kind of weird Tamagotchi so that I can continue streaming. This is all, we have to work together here. It's a bit of give and a bit of take. You gotta look after yourself, and I'll look after myself. That's the deal. Otherwise, I'll just stop hydrating. Whoop. I'm still astounded, honestly. What? The longer you keep Crones alive, the more treats for the true streamer. That's unironically correct, yes. I've just literally given him another belly rub. He accosted me at the bottom of the stairs, being like, yeah, you've moved. You must give me attention in this room as well now. I'm fine with accepting that I'm a weird Tamagotchi. Like, that's a whole thing. Wait, what? I don't know what Nellis is clipping. It might be my welcome back. I don't know. I am indeed winning Ruchi yet. Can I put on... I would love to have timestamps for Tick Chat. Play around my settings. Hello, Radthordax. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, my man. How's it going? Is that supposed to point TS, is it? No. That didn't work, Balthazar. Suggestion? I don't understand. No, I meant like when someone sends a message, it'll tell you what time it was sent at. I'd love to be able to see that over on Kick. I need to probably mess around with my chat settings for that. GS like to be able to see what messages, because if I miss a message, it was good to know what time it was sent. Thank you all for hanging out over there, though. I do appreciate you guys. You guys are a legend. 2 sub count. Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, Sally has subscribed and gifted a sub. I didn't see both of them. Sally, you're a legend. Thank you. Am I more of a summer person or a winter person? Ooh. No. I'm a spring and autumn person. I was born on the last day of winter, so like... I feel like I have to be like a winter and spring person, I guess. Being born on the vernal equinox is a whole thing. First thing you turned off? First thing you turned on. Ah, yeah, I just need to turn it on now, that's the point, yeah. Why? Are you, what about you, Raw? I think, in fact, all of you in chat, are you more of a summer person? Or like, which is your favorite season? Favorite seasons? Always a good thing to find out. Winter. Yeah, I like how cool winter gets. Like summer in the UK has gotten real hot. We don't have air conditioning by default here in the UK, which is a challenge. Well, I can't say summer anymore. Winter, no pollen, no insects, nice temperature, everything is dark. That's true. There's not much screen glare in winter. We do have that. Winter, autumn, spring, summer. Yeah, I think winter, spring for me. I can't say summer is the only one I can't say. I love the sun. Don't get me wrong. But, like, I like winter more, I think. There's nothing quite like a sunny winter's morning where it's cold, but if you're out in the sun, you can feel the warmth of that sun. That's the one for me. I love that. Summer during the day and winter at night because you like to sleep cold. Summer during the day is a challenge here. A challenge. It's a challenge, but not for Sillet Bang. Bang, and the sun is gone. Wait, sorry, that was... Balthazar, that's incorrect. As obviously as an accountant, is your favorite season not tax season? Fairly sure all accountants either love or hate tax season. Depends on what kind of accountant you are, I guess. Mango says, I hate summer. I'm perpetually molested by insects, and my skin crisps up like a suckling pig. Well, that's probably because you're Welsh, Mango. In my country, all year is tax season. That sounds about right for Europe, yeah. My favourite weather, too, a clear winter's day, blue skies and crisp chill air. Yeah, where it's been frosty on the ground, so the ground isn't, like, kind of muddy, but it's like, it's got that, like, crunch to it when you step on something. That is my favourite kind of morning. You're both Welsh and ginger? Oh god, Mango. There's no saving you. The sun is out to get you, and you can't do anything about it. And, I think at this point, Mango, you should just surrender to it. I think I'm lucky. I've got Irish blood, I've got some Scottish blood, some English blood, and I've got some Spanish blood. That Spanish blood puts in the fucking work when it comes to sun. Otherwise, Irish, English, and Scottish, I would, if I went out in the sun, I'd become an actual crisp like Mango. That quarter Spanish that's in me, that's probably putting in an awful lot of work when it comes to tanning. And just not burning. I would take vampirism because there'd be practically no downside to you, for you. Fair enough. if you're Scottish and you struggle in the sun, I think it's your duty to your offspring to make sure that you try and date inside the Spanish kind of gene pool, because Spanish people are amazingly good in the sun. Like, they're remarkably resilient. Then with Maori blood, my European ancestry will leave you crispy. Exactly. There you go. Maori blood helping you out. It's just adaptation. An awful lot of adaptation is adapting to environment when you grow up as well, and like in time. So like, if you struggle with hot weather now, it might be because of where you are and how much you're exposed to hot weather. Given time inside of a climate, you would probably acclimatize quite quickly. Not sure I'd even notice if I caught vampirism. I would, because vampirism is famed for coming with nerve and health and like regeneration, so I might actually be able to walk, Charon. And if I couldn't walk, I'd at least be able to fly. Right? Big trade up. Big trade up. I'm so pale I turn super red and then I'm pale again. Well, after the red leaves, you become immediately repaled. That sounds about right. I know a few people like that. SPF is a godsend. Use it. It will protect your skin from the evil death laser rays. Very, very much important. You probably mistake the vampirism perks as the latest med regimen somehow actually working. That sounds about right. It'd be funny if vampires can tell if they needed blood because of poor oh my god. Poor interception, meaning that you wouldn't be able to tell if you needed blood. Fine, Mango. I guess that could be a thing. People with ADHD forgetting to have their regular blood dose and desiccating because they got distracted by their latest hyperfixation project. Yeah, I can believe that. Scientist vampires accidentally desiccating because they get too stuck down a research loop rather than actually rehydrating. You come to New Zealand, don't bring sunscreen, buy it here. Our sun doesn't F around. I mean, until recently, didn't Australia and New Zealand have a massive fuck-off hole in the ozone, just letting free, like, cosmic radiation in to help burn you? Yeah, I mean, vampire lore is a bit like zombie lore. It depends on which zombie lore, which vampire lore you're following. Exactly, yeah. Although I did hear that the Australian ozone hole has been fixed. So you guys can fight the ozone, you just can't fight emus. As I said, Australian government, I am still available for consulting on your emu war. Having fought the jackdaws, I'm 1-0 against the avian species. We have very much won the jackdaw war. Great, I love it. The ozone's repairing itself, but the sun is still a bitch. That's very true. Yeah. Someone who gets hot in summer specifically because their body generates a ridiculous amount of heat. Not all of us acclimatize. That's fair. I mean, you'll still find a level of acclimatization if you went to a different environment. But yeah, you might find that you have a limited amount of acclimatization compared to others. The whole thing. We have previous experience with emos, if there's any transfer skills there. I think that's why millennials are the best. That's why, like, vampires are so popular with millennials. Like, the dark chic, you know, all of it just kind of made sense with vampires. That's why Twilight was obviously so popular. It was so easy. It's just an easy jump from, like, emo into goth into full-blown vampire. Yeah. Mango, no. I only get the normal urge to bite people that I like that everyone gets. You know, just the normal human amount of desire to bite people that you're close to. Just whatever the normal amount is, that's where I'm at. I'm at the normal amount. What was the question again? Just a friendly nibble, exactly. Yeah, you know, cuteness aggression. Like, oh, you're so cute, I could just... you know, same kind of thing. But like, oh, you're just such a good friend, I could drain a pint of your blood. Normal, right? Just a normal amount of nibbling. Right? Wander around the middle of winter with short sleeve shirt and because he asked if I'm cold. I've had that all my life, yeah. One person asked what I do in summer if I'm not cold. I said melt. Yeah. That's what happens every summer. You just die. I just die. Lukewarm is pinging the location on the map, but I don't know what he means. Why? How? Who? What? Thanks, Mango. Mango says that I'm so cute that he could devour my essence. Or they could devour my essence. I'm fine with that. Would you like to devour my essence whole or piece by piece? How do you normally devour essence, Mango? Is it still cuteness aggression if it isn't that cute? It depends on the person. It's a quote from the Road to El Dorado. It's, how would you like your sacrificial victims? Will you consume them whole, their essence piece by piece? Zekel Khan's very well acted and animated in that film, by the way. You're gonna slurp my essence through a crazy straw? You know what? Fair. Absolutely fair. Actually, I'd be insulted if you didn't use a crazy straw for my essence. I think that would be a waste of the essence. I do need essence for I do need my essence for TTRPG. Actually, I don't use essence. I use... Shit. What's my heroic resource called in TTR in Draw Steel? I'm gonna call it brain points. I use brain points because I'm a tactician. That's what it is. I don't need essence. That's for those squishy casters. I'm no squishy caster. At 80 degrees Fahrenheit, I passively overheat. I was always told by the doctors that I didn't have a fever and stuff when I was a kid. But then when I spent some time in hospital, they were like, yeah, your resting body temperature is lower than normal. So when you have a normal temperature, that's a fever. And I was like, oh, cool. That's fine. Right? Well, I know that my core body temperature runs lower than average, but it's not like that weird. So people have a level of variance. 80 Fahrenheit is quite low, though. I run very hot and spend summer sitting in front of a fan. That's so because of cats and such. I don't use fan. I have an air conditioning unit, like one of the ones you can wheel around, because fans don't work on cats and dogs and ferrets and stuff. So you have to have the air. It's the air temperature that matters more. While keeping the air flowing helps. Lowering the air temperature, I found, is just a better answer. So I've had to do that. Doesn't help that New Zealand's humid as fuck. Yeah, New Zealand, you've got your humidity is isn't it quite seasonally variable, Freya, in New Zealand? Body temperature is 36.3 degrees Celsius for me. Start feeling feverish when you, yeah, I think mine's about 36.5. It's not 37.5 like I was told by doctors when I was younger. You're not 37.5. You're either side of it. You're just not normal. Yes, I accept not being normal, Doctor. Thank you. I'm very aware of it. I'm glad you like the song, Red Falcon. It's a very I think it's my favorite version of the song. So I would agree. It's either hot and wet or cold and wet. How wet are we talking? New humidity Zealand? Yeah, average humidity in New Zealand, current results. Mining. Depends on where you are in the UK, I guess. It makes a big difference. Interesting. Excuse me. Do you know that when they did the debut of it on Conan, that David Draymond had the freaking flu? Wow. Okay. Wow. Jeez. They're now saying that as the generations progress, the average body temperature is dropping. Do we know why that is? Very cool. I'm very interested in knowing why the average human body temperature is dropping over time. Is there some way of adapting to illnesses and like diseases that might exist at certain body temperatures? Or is it some kind of adaptation to climate that we're doing? Or what? That's really cool. You get the point I'm puking before I run a fever. It takes a lot to make me puke. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. I love closing down the things that I've opened during stream sometimes because I'm like, oh, I remember talking about that many, many hours ago. Maybe a reaction to global warming. I mean, that's not been as generational a change as such, and you wouldn't expect to see... I guess a generational change wouldn't necessarily make as much of a sense there as... Well, it does, but we do know that diseases don't survive in lower temperatures as well, Dak, so it could just be the default is to increase it, I guess, to give you more of a variance when you are sick. Oh, jeez. Giant fly. I suspect the reason it being so hot is not much of an issue as of modern medicine. The pro of lower body temperature would be less energy needs to maintain it. I mean, yeah, that definitely makes sense as a trend. I mean, relax. I'm not saying it would bother me. I find it really fascinating that, you know, our body temperatures are changing. Generational, like, people think that evolution is largely over, but it's not. We are still evolving to individual environments today, and actually human adaptation is still really strong. We adapt to our local environments in ways that other animals just can't. And it's very, very cool. We overcome some of that with technology, but some of it is our bodies as well. I just think it's really cool to see what's changing in our bodies over time. One that I really like to, I've done a lot of research into, is the ability for Pacific Islanders to hold their breath underwater and dive and be resistant to pressure issues that, you know, humans will have faced all their time, like kind of for all time on the surface. So I love seeing how Pacific Islanders and their culture and the fact they can some can swim before they walk has fundamentally changes the way their body processes oxygen, all kinds of things. It's really very cool. Human bioadaptation is fascinating. If you ever bored and want to have a read about it, there's loads of stuff online about the way humans adapt to individual environments and circumstances. Generations of pearl diving. I mean, it's not only for pearls, it's also for food and stuff as well, you know? If you spend a lot of time at depth, you just become hardened up, especially when you're younger. But you even do things like you form like kind of bones and blood that is just more oxygen efficient at depth. Like Waterworld the movie? I mean, possibly. But even that, like, if you think... So, how many of you have watched the most recent Avatar films? Particularly the second one, which is all about the water tribes, etc., and spending a lot of time underwater. I think it was called Avatar: The Way of Water, Avatar 2. You haven't watched any of them? Fair enough. We're talking Blue Avatar. Water has bigger hands and forearms. The thing I'm pointing out about that film is that a lot of that film was filmed underwater. They wanted to film an awful lot of it underwater. Because of obviously to make the physics look real, to make the shots look realistic. So what the actors learned to do was basically hold their breath for large amounts of time underwater. And according to cast and set, like kind of set director interviews, etc., Sigourney Weaver got up the ability to hold her breath for 7 minutes underwater through years of practice for it. And that's somebody who's land-based. Like, you can learn these things at all times, but holding your breath underwater for 7 minutes, even if you're doing minimal movements, is insane. Sigourney Weaver at that point was in her 70s. Insanity, what the body can learn to do, even at a very, very old kind of state, kind of, if you compare it to other animal species. How many other animal species could learn something that different outside of their natural environment in their 70th years of age? Like, wild. Human bioadaptation, even within a singular generation, is insanely powerful. We're a reasonably scary species when you think about it. Like, you know, oh yeah, this intelligent bipedal species that, while it might not be able to run as fast as us, its endurance is insane. They pass on information generationally. They can adapt to pretty much any environment. They can eat an awful lot of stuff that a lot of animals can't eat. We can see all kinds of colors that we can't. Like, humans are a kind of scary species. If we weren't a human, like, looking at one would be kind of worrying. I've been really enjoying recently, memes from, like, the perspective of, like, spiders and household, like, critters being like, oh yes, the eldritch beings that live in this strange city have once again deposited me in a difficult and faraway landscape from my home and from my food sources. When you pick up a spider and put them outside, you're basically moving a creature from an unknown alien civilization to, like, the ruins of the city, you know, cities in Egypt, like ancient civilizations. It's very, very funny. Yeah, what animal can casually run 40 kilometers in 2 hours and then have a beer and a handful of nuts and do it again? Exactly. Like, yeah, a human can travel easily 20, 40 miles in a day and then rest and then do it again if they're hunting. Like, if you really need to. Like, 40 miles across 2 days is a huge amount of distance for an animal to travel. To flee. Brother, may I have some oats? Oh, brother. The oats are mine. They're just funny. Like, humans are goddamn terrifying. I agree. You're terrifying, then you find out that one of the things you're worried for about scared of spiders in small places. I didn't say that humans were sensible, but yes, humans are wild. We are a very cool species. I love those dumb short stories read from the perspective of aliens and invade Earth and panicking because we killed their commander, but another one of the soldier cast just took his place. What the fuck? Or, like, you know, they don't want to invade Earth because the planet is full of oxygen and we're using the oxygen and we breathe the oxygen and it's degrading our bodies, but we don't care, and we're the death world. I love the perspective that we might be the hell planet, the one that's like super, like, because oxygen degrades everything over time, and the aliens are just absolutely flabbergasted that we're a whole society of people that just live on this oxygen-based planet in the death gas. Those are the ones I enjoy. Death World is the OG of the HFY subgenre. Yeah. There. Well, the one that I don't put out. They get sprayed and unless you don't get close to them, you have to. Yeah, arachnophobia. Everyone's different. Yeah, but what if Doom Guy's a xenomorph? Then I guess we all die then. So be it. We have very interesting debates today. I think it's just because I've been cooped up over the weekend and my brain's like, here we go. Here are all of the random things that you can have for free today. We breathe the second most reactive element on the periodic table and use the most reactive to brush our teeth. It's great fun, isn't it, Coriostras? I think it was in the book Homo Deus or Sapiens, where it was speaking about how the extinction, especially of larger species, correlates with the period of time when humans inhabited those areas historically. There is, yes, but there's also a level of confirmation bias inside of that, because we are more likely to explore the areas where we find humans because of the areas that we're looking in already. So, I don't know. The idea that we wiped out all of the mammoths across the world just in a very, very short period of time is a very, very weird idea. Possible, but I don't know if humans are the only thing to cause for all of that. Like, the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is probably one of the stronger ones for the most recent wipeouts of animals. And, like, we lost a huge amount of fauna to something that was only 15,000 years ago. To a huge cosmic impact. There's a manga named Heightener, which I find really interesting in that regard. In short, Planet of the Apes, but all different species and slowly trying to understand humans. In one chapter, they go over this. While humans do not do anything exceptionally better in a single category, the fact that they can do everything to a high degree is terrifying. Well, that's what we do. We don't hyper specialize. We're very, very good at just adapting. A fear of bias is a phobia's phobia. Sure. The planet has a plant that evolved to cause them literal pain when eaten. They eat it for fun. That's what we do. I love us. We're great. What a weird species. Oh, this plant burns our mouths when we eat it. Let's have more of it and use it for flavoring our food. What's that? If you rub this plant in your eyes, you might go blind. Let's eat it. Makes me laugh every time. It's one of the reasons, but those kind of things about like kind of plant cultivation for humans is why I'm really excited to see development of historical research in the Amazon. So most of you might not know this, but LiDAR technology, we've spoken about this recently, LiDAR technology is basically changing the way that we do archaeology around the world. LiDAR basically allows us to take up basically millions of laser scans of a site, and then you can remove individual points. So for example, if you scanned the ground of the Amazon rainforest, you can remove the tree cover and see the contours that are left. We have used this to identify dozens, if not hundreds, of cities under the rainforest in the South Americas. Now, the rainforest has an awful, awful number of trees which are positive towards humans. And so I think that what we're actually looking at here, realistically, is the gardens and groves of a lot of these civilizations just grew wild when the civilizations collapsed because of disease introduction from the Spanish. And now we're going to get to, you know, a huge amount about South American archaeology that we never would have gotten to see before. The MC of the book I'm just about to finish didn't have a high spice tolerance, but now he's turned into a zombie. He's like, I won't get harmed by spice anymore. Okay, sounds about right. But yeah, the plants that you find in South America, a huge number of rainforest plants are beneficial to humans. And it would not surprise me if we found that a lot of those things have been cultivated by the ancient cultures that lived out there and were useful. And that's why they kept them around, and it's basically just grown out of control since consuming all of those cities. Our mind is similar to our body in the regard that it's not good at being hyper-specialized, but very good at being a jack of all trades. Our minds are very adaptable as well. Human brain and intuition is very, very, very cool, but it's our brains are also incredibly flawed. Like most things, it's a shit meat computer that goes wrong all the time. I personally would have liked a refund at least once, or to RMA 1 or 2 parts. Like, oh, up here. We are 500% full of our personal inventory and 41% of our yak. Like I said, this all got started about that. Like I said, I just find the research and science and stuff into our brains very, very fascinating, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of the development out of other countries, you know? Group encampment, I can't fight that. Right, let's keep harvesting. This is all level 2 stuff. Let's get level 4. Come on. Oh. I do kind of like being the healer that has some damage so I can do, like, doing this is very easy. It's very safe because most, like, anything I'm fighting out here is easy enough to kill one-on-one, but it's very unlikely to actually do huge damage to me in a tier 4 area with tier 4 gear. Humanity discovering the aliens in the Death World has happened because the evil proto-species that are feared throughout the galaxy land and attack a televised international ice hockey game between the US and Canada, and the energy weapons impart as much force as a reasonably strong punch. The players basically pace them on live TV, successfully defending humanity to a cheering crowd. See, that's like the worst case scenario to an alien. You come here with all of your tech and your knowledge, and then you realize that humans are actually like kind of way more hardcore, and then you get beaten down. Like, that's gonna suck because the investment of an alien species to get over here is really weird. You think that aliens are gonna have an economy like ours of some kind? They have resources to get to an end point, but everything could be way different. I have more than once had an experience in chat. This episode was badly written. Very funny, Freya. Hello, Gerbil of Wolves. How are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, my man. My voice is killing me. That's what you get. Oh. Right, do this. I'm a little bit sick, so I've got a very sore throat. I'm in a little bit of pain. I'll be all right, but I need to get the Albion stuff done today, so we've been doing that today, which has been quite good. Really appreciative of everyone who's been here hanging out. It's been really awesome. It's very much kept me going when I've needed to do this today. But yeah, I'm definitely a little bit sick. Spare Human is also quite unwell, so there's quite a bit going on. But I'm hoping everyone's having a good Monday, having a lovely time. I want to thank everybody today for hanging out, for all the subs, all the follows, etc. You guys are awesome, so thank you for being here. One of your friends keeps telling you to stop living in a telenovela. Oh dear. I'll be alright. It's just a bit of a bug. You know how it is. It's what happens when you go outside and interact with members of the public. Ugh, public. Also, pack bonding. Remember reading one that was like... In last-ditch effort to eradicate the human threat, we released upon their planet a Rentexian world devourer. 2 months later, we returned to Earth to discover they had taught it to roll over on command. That's the kind of thing that we would do, yeah. Oh, but it's cute. Can we keep it? It's trying to destroy the planet. So that's a maybe? I got an interesting hypothetical. If we make a low Earth orbit ring and string it in multiple places to Earth, can we use the cables for space elevators and ODST-style drop-in for vacation travel? Yeah, but the cost of getting a low Earth orbit ring and doing all of that and keeping those cables taut is more expensive or physically impossible, one of the two. You lost your keybinds when you logged into Windows today. You must have that issue. I've not logged in, Tittle. We'll be doing that tomorrow for us. So tomorrow is my Windows day once I've finished this. So I'll have to let you know tomorrow if it has. Anyone else out there, if you've logged into Windows today, have you lost your keybinds? Alternatively, is Tittle in chat just getting old and forgot where he left them? Other problem. Very easily done. I understand it. Back in my day, we could always find our keybinds because we'd leave them with a balloon tied to them. You could always see them from a far-off way. I'm Deckard Kane. I'm so Altman. That's what old Kronos will sound like. Hello, everybody. It's me, old Kronos. I've come today to tell you a story about the old day. You might not remember this, but back in 2011, Skyrim was released. 15 years ago, chat members. I remember it like it was yesterday. I remember that my machine was using integrated graphics, and that I didn't know that the fire actually had, fire. I didn't know that you could actually see cobwebs. I thought they were invisible, you see. For Old Nos, it makes sense. Kronos, the old one. The old god. Sky's rim belongs to the Nords or something? Blade Punner, no. Blade Punner not like this. You've never played a Bethesda game? I don't know who these people are. I'm not going to accept... this is like Eve. I'm not going to accept a friend request of people unless I know who you are. I know the ancient texts, for better or for worse. Do not cite the deep magic to me, witch. I was there when it was written. Aslan's a pretty baller character, because he is basically meant to be God. So, there is that. Tilda Swinton does a very good job of playing the White Witch. Ring can be geostationary, will be kept... We'll keep the cables in place, and tensioning would be like a bike wheel for different anchors. One hell of an expensive what if. So that thought you were sending a link, Microsoft, but that's not a problem. It would be a very expensive what if, but it's probably one of the ways that we will eventually do a space elevator, is my view, is my thought. If we do get to that stage, then that's probably what makes the most sense. It's easily done, Microsoft, don't you worry, you're fine. Ooh, more iron. Late last year, his father had to get his leg removed. This year in Jan, my uncle had to get his leg removed, both the same reason. Jeez, dude. Do you use the same name in games in case you ever get isekai'd into a game? Is that why, bro? Just in case. Just in case you get isekai'd, you want to know which name you're using. Because that's fair. If you always use the same name in every game so you don't get confused if you ever get isekai, that's fair. That makes complete sense. There are a number of games where getting isekai'd into it would be good, and a number of games where it would be very, very bad. Like, any Warhammer 40k game or world, getting isekai'd there, no, that sucks. I'm sorry. You're dead. You get isekai'd into, like, EVE Online, cool, you're a Capsuleer now. Good luck. You're now immortal. Unlucky. Immortality is a curse unless you can take it away yourself, chat. Remember that. Remember that immortality is a curse unless you can get rid of it yourself. You plan on never getting isekai'd again? Same. Once is enough. Once is more than enough. Isekai into Pokemon wouldn't be too bad. You can make money by robbing kids. Yes, making money by robbing kids and capturing Pokemon from the wild and keeping them in small containers in a PC. You've only been isekai'd once? In this form, yes. The people having fun in 40k are the orcs. Even then, most of the orcs aren't having fun. So this has been the Crucible event, chat, that we've been doing for Albion. So they invited us along to take part, enjoy their Crucible event, kind of as first-time players. I've been having great fun. Isekai. Isekai is a literary or like anime trope where you are taken from one world and placed into another, or kind of like reborn or awakened into another world. It's got a literal translation, but I'm not entirely sure what that is. Transported to an alien world where they are, or they're incarnated into like a parallel universe, for example. It's a common trope of anime and storytelling. Transmigration, portal fantasy, yeah. Basically, being taken from this world, placed somewhere else. Nellis has sent you the wiki article. So, yeah, we've been really enjoying this. Like, in the time that we've been playing Albion, they've done multiple updates. They've launched it onto console. They've overhauled the graphics. Right before we started, they introduced the Armory, which is a really cool system. Blame that. Nice. But yeah, I've really been enjoying Albion. I'm not going to be quitting. I'll be continuing to play through it kind of casually. We'll keep our guild going. Might do some cool things inside, but I'm not planning on getting into this the same way as I did Eve, because I don't think I can play a game the way I played Eve anymore. I think that might be beyond me. That's a whole thing. I just don't think I have that energy in me anymore. I played Eve for 15-ish years. And I just can't do it to myself anymore. Now, the ads are about to be here. I will be right back. So thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And look after yourselves during the ads. See if they do actually start on time, Twitch. Oh, there we go. In a bit. Whoop. Okie dokie, chat. Unfortunately, I have to call it here for the day. I've got to go and pick up my car. I've got to go and get out of the shop because today's a bank holiday in the UK and they won't keep it beyond 5 o'clock. So we are going to be raiding a good friend of mine today who's been on the platform now for 9 years. It's Mr. Greggles. Many of you will know Greg. He's an absolutely awesome dude. This will be our raid message. Happy 9 years. I would like to... 10 years? His overlay says 9 years on Twitch. So 9 years. You guys are absolutely awesome. Please join me on that raid. Shout out, give Greg an absolutely like massive, yeah, the flute player, exactly. Happy 9 years. Everyone spam the thanks for him in chat. He is absolutely awesome. He helped us arrange this Albion sponsorship. So Greg is absolutely awesome, supports me and supports everything that I do here as well. So I can only support him back. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have an absolutely lovely day. Enjoy the stream. You made it just in time, Kawaikos. Thank you so much, buddy. This is the raid message indeed. Happy 9 years. Thank you all for being here. Take it easy. Catch you later. Thank you for being here. And I will see you all tomorrow where we'll be playing some more Windrose and trying to get our frigate. You guys are legendary. Thank you so much and have a lovely, lovely day. You're all right, Balthazar? You're quite all right. And I'll go get my car and I'll see you all soon. Take it easy. Thank you for being here and have a lovely day. Kick, YouTube, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye. Bye.